It is now time to begin the special open session to hear public comments before closed session.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
For the record, Councilmember Bana is absent for roll call. Our next item, closed session. And during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Clerk. Our second item, item C2 is Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. There are 2 cases, and I believe the city attorney would like to make an announcement.
Yeah, I would like to add an additional item under C2 to add to 3 cases. Today, the city received a letter from Secure Justice from Brian Hoffer regarding the flock item on tonight's open session agenda, and I'd like to, given that it's a threat of litigation, I'd like to have a discussion in closed session with the council about this item, and I think the mayor is prepared to make a motion to add it.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B, staff is requesting that the council add a closed session item that arose after posting of the agenda and requires immediate action. The city received a litigation threat letter on March 3rd after agenda posting, and delay would prejudice the city's interest. I will entertain a motion to add the item.
So Mayor, I make a motion to add the item.
Second.
Okay.
So that was a motion by Mayor Martinez, second by Councilmember.
No, actually, the motion was made by Councilmember Zepeda and seconded by Brown.
And Brown. Okay, and for the record, Councilmember Bana is present.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. We have 1 in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during closed session, before closed session, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Cordell Hindler.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So, the city clerk has done an outstanding job. When you go back in there, I want you to appreciate. I really want you to appreciate all the hard work that she and her team has done to prepare for all of these agendas and does the minutes. So, I want you to think about that. So, when you go back in there, I want you to acknowledge all the hard work and dedication that the city clerk has done, and I'll leave it at that.
That was our only speaker.
And public forum is closed, and we will now retire to closed session.
Please hold while I try to connect you.
It's now time to start the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you who are standing with the signs, this is the Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
See how long it's been.
Commissioner Bonner is absent for roll call. Commissioner Brown,
That's why they gave.
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Present.
Vice Chair Robinson,
Here.
and Chair Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. And this is the Housing Authority.
There are no
It
changes.
is, okay, no changes. Our next item is Housing Authority Open Forum. We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under Housing Authority, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. Cordell Henler?
That's me. So, good evening, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I have some terrific news. So, as I was reviewing the consent calendar, I don't have no problem with it. So, I think it looks fine just how it is. So, it's up to the commission to approve it, and so we can get the regular meeting started.
Okay. Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. We need a motion.
We need a motion.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Brown, second by Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Yes.
Vice Chair Robinson,
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Yeah.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioner Bonner absent.
Thank you so much. With that, we will adjourn the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. And now begin the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner? Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. And I do not have any changes, but
No, I would like to do an emergency item to present a letter mentioning the War Powers Resolution in opposition to unauthorized military action against Iran.
And then on the grounds, just to add on, I think you need to make the required findings on the grounds that the need to take action arose after the posting of the agenda on Thursday, and that the item requires immediate action, because my understanding is, based on the contents of the letter, that there's a vote to take place this week by the Senate,
Correct.
California Senate.
Yes, and if I may add, can we put it on the consent calendar, please?
The emergency item?
Well, you need to
Point
first
of
take a
order.
vote to add the emergency item. And the item would be the letter. Does everyone have a copy of the letter?
Yeah.
Yes,
I have a point of order.
yes.
So the emergency is because we're trying to send this letter to the California Senate. It is written to our congressman, not to our senator.
I'm sorry, may I? It's
Yes.
written to our congressman and our senators are CC'd because it's being
misspoke.
discussed at the Congress.
I misspoke, and so I don't have the letter in front of me, but if you can, it is because the Congress will be taking a vote at the national level, not the state.
It's about war powers resolution, so any war needs to be authorized by the Congress, not initiated by the president.
Correct, which is as the law states.
Yeah,
So,
so,
I
so,
second the motion.
yeah, basically
Okay,
to protect
so-
our democracy.
who made the motion?
Yeah, I'm not,
Oh, yes, okay.
Clear
I
about who
made
made
the
the
motion, seconded by Jimenez.
okay, Councilmember Brown,
Abstain.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes,
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Robinson, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Abstain, I just saw the letter now. Thank you.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The motion passes with Councilmembers Brown and Zepeda abstaining. So the item will be added to the consent calendar.
And for a clean record, so we just took a vote to add the item, but now I'd like to have someone make the following motion, just to make sure we have the record of what you're approving on consent. May I?
Yes.
I make a motion to put it on consent calendar.
Okay, and then why don't you read
I can,
read this?
I can read it.
Yes, they can.
The public can comment on consent, I mean, on open forum.
We have to give up our open forum.
So, you heard the objection from a audience member who, a disgruntled audience member who spoke out loud without recognition, but we know who he is. So,
Should we read it? Or at least the gist of it, what you're asking?
yeah, the proposed motion, a motion to approve the transmittal of a letter to the United States Congress expressing the city council's support of the Massey-Kana War Powers Resolution and opposing any offensive or unauthorized military action against Iran undertaken without prior congressional authorization. Each member of the city council is hereby individually and collectively authorized to sign said letter as individuals and on behalf of the city council. City staff is hereby directed to finalize, transmit, and deliver the signed letters to the offices of Representative John Garamendi, and to take all further administrative actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this action.
I second.
The motion was by Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And seconded by Councilmember Jimenez. And this is to add it to the consent calendar. Okay? Councilmember Brown,
Abstain.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes,
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Abstain.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Brown and Zepeda abstaining.
Yes, Vice Mayor?
I'd like to pull item U2B for discussion.
Which one?
U2B.
U2B?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, can we move item W3 further up on the agenda because there are some residents to make public comments about it?
To,
W3,
move it to where?
on top of new business.
No, I think the,
So after W1, maybe?
okay, after W1.
Thank you.
All right, so,
That's it. So the only item being removed from consent is item U to be like boy. That's it.
yes, and item,
And then item, where is it? W3 will be the second item under new business.
right, okay.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and council and public. No final decisions were made during closed session.
Our next item is a report from the city manager, and that includes a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. I would like to thank everyone who came out for the Black History Month celebration at the Richmond Auditorium on Saturday, February 28th. This event was extremely well attended. I would like to thank the community recreation staff and all of the council members that were able to participate and honor Betty Reed Soskin for Black History Month. Next slide. Also, coming up on March 7th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Nickel Park at the Rec Complex is Richmond Women and Girls Sports Day. Please come out and have a good time. Next slide. Also on Saturday, it's the annual Sisters in Solidarity International Women's Day celebration. It's hosted by the City of Richmond in collaboration with various community partners. It will take place at the Richmond Auditorium from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you to council member offices for helping lead the coordination of this event. Next slide. Also would like to announce that we're having a grand opening of the Richmond Rising Hub. This is part of our Transformative Climate Communities work. And the grand opening will take place on March 12th from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. This is at the intermodal station where we have BART, Amtrak, and AC Transit service. The Richmond Rising office is now located at 1600 Nevin Plaza. Please come join us. Next slide. Thank you. If you would like to receive the city manager's weekly report, you may contact 510-620-6512 and someone will help you sign up online. You can also retain the information at the city on the city's website at www.richmondca.gov. And you can also scan this QR code now to log on to the city manager's weekly report. Thank you so much to all the city staff who are working collaboratively with community-based organizations and residents to host a number of community events. And with that, I would like to turn it over to HR Director Sharon Taylor for the new employee report. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm happy to present the hires for the month of February. KCRT. Next slide. Charles Inchel, Senior Planner, Community Development. Juan Gutierrez Jimenez, Police Officer, Police Department. Douglas Morrison, Police Officer, Police Department. Snedeep Sandhu, Police Officer, Police Department. Raina Schultz, Custodial Maintenance Supervisor in Public Works. Sequoia Taylor, Code Enforcement Officer 1, Community Development. Joseph Urbina, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Alexander Quintero, Police Officer Trainee, Police Department. Taylor Stearn, Police Officer Trainee, Police Department. Kai Espinas, lifeguard, Community Services Recreation. Alonso Hernandez Argueta, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Ezekiel Lopez, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Andreas Moreno Rico, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. DeAndre Parker, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Miguel Vega, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Alexis Cardenas, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Misiel Reyes, maintenance aide 2, Public Works. Alexander J. Cox, lifeguard, Community Services Recreation. John Sherrick, lifeguard, Community Services Recreation. And we have a few promotions to share with you today. Jessica Ray, Fire Inspector 1, Fire Department. Melvin Thomas, Equipment Operator, Public Works. Richard Natro, Police Officer, Police Department. And that concludes my report. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Sharon and HR. Great job.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. As a reminder, item U2B, and that is the second reading of the Tobacco Retailer License Amendment Ordinance. If you would like to speak on that item, you need to wait until that item is called for discussion, the end of the agenda. Tonight, we have 11 in-person speakers. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council on the open forum, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the in-person speakers and then move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. And please line up closest to the wall so that we're not blocking the aisles. When you're called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time is expired. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the 2-minute time limit. Speakers are Cordell Hendler, Bendrick Foster, Solomon Irvin, Ben Terrio, Mark Wasberg, Samantha Torres. And we could just take the time right now to silence our phones. Elsa Stevens, Don Gosney, Julian Keene, and our last in-person speaker will be Sohila Bana. Cordell Hendler.
That's me. So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hendler, and I have some good news to share with you all. So, one, for next month's agenda is to acknowledge the Salesian College Preparatory High School for their service day, because I have been observing these young individuals, and they have done a wonderful job. They have worked with nonprofit organizations and others, and so it got me thinking. It's like, you know what? Salesian deserves to be acknowledged, so I'm asking that it can be agendized for next month. So that's one. Number two is, as far as the Chevron settlement funds, I had an idea, and it came to me in a vision, that our streets are being fixed because there has been a number of accidents outside this area, the 27th and Nevin, and others, because from a personal experience, because I have almost gotten hit right outside Mr. Pizza Man twice. And it's like, something needs to be done, because I'm asking myself, we need safer streets, because you have a lot of residents that come through here, they don't feel safe. They do not feel safe coming out of their own homes without getting hit. So that money should be allocated towards fixing our streets. And then third is, like, once again, staffing levels. Because I was watching the video from June of 2024, and it got me thinking, we need to retain our officers. Once again, we're in a staffing shortage, and something has to be done, because we want to feel safe in our own community. And then the final thing is, I've been looking at the Raftellus report regarding the port, and one of the things that I like to see is a marketing manager for the port, because when you want visitors to come to Richmond, they never knew about what the Portage looks like. So now, I'll just leave it at that. So I'll give my time to Bendrick.
Bendrick Foster. Solomon Urban.
Yes, how you doing, Council? My name is Solomon Irvin. I'm out of District 6. I'm the Director of Saving America's Youth. I started a youth basketball program in District 6 at the BTA Community Center. And since we started the team has been going great. We've through tournaments. However, we possibly need more time. Like if we can get some weekends, some Saturdays to do mentorship to really help these kids. But since we started this basketball program, we won multiple tournaments. We've even got we do AAU tournaments. So we were awarded to be at the state qualifier in Roseville, California. I do have a 501c3. I didn't have one last year, but I do have one now. I was questioning about the 990, but however, if we can possibly get funds to take these kids to these tournaments, to go to Roseville. They have them in, I've been invited to Reno. The kids are doing much better. And also throw tournaments, like I said, at the BTA Community Center. If we continue to do it, I was able to do one, but if I can continue to be able to do those tournaments, I think it'll be great for the youth. We do pre-student athletes. Some of the kids I've coached right now, they're practicing right now as we speak. We do have 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. We practice at 6 to 8 o'clock. And some of the kids, like I said, are doing real great. They won state championships at El Cerrito High. A couple of the kids are playing for my basketball team now, and they were playing football. So I've been at East Shore since a kid. I played Richmond Pony baseball right at those parks. We're a resident on 49th Street. We still own our family home right there across the street. I'm with the Steege Elementary. I'm with the Porla. I'm with the El Cerrito High. So I'm deeply rooted into this, and I just hope if we can get some Saturdays, that'll be great. And we'll keep winning. We'll keep going. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Claudia Citron.
Claudia Citron. So this council used to have a 5-minute speaking enforcement. Last council, one member spoke for 20 minutes twice. So I just want to say that what was said in those 20 minutes was gish gallop of misinformation. It was also a collection of half-truths, arguments, and misinterpretations, and making it impossible to fact-check what was actually being said. It was also a delusional diatribe, which emphasizes that long, angry speech is detached from the reality and filled with false, intense criticism. And it was also fabricated screed, which is, it implies long, tedious, often angry rant. I urge you, Mayor, to reinforce the 5-minute speaking limit which the council voted on. And if you get carried away, please pass on this responsibility to the city clerk. She is fierce. She knows how the rule works. And let her handle the timer, please. This was unacceptable last time, and I yield my time.
Ben Terrio.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Hopefully you gave Pam a raise because she's got to deal with all your guys' nonsense from time to time. I'm going to read over the DA's report that came out last week, since a bunch of people like to trash our guys and the things they do, and city managers don't know how to respond to labor issues when it comes to law enforcement. Angel Magallion's conduct when contacted by the police department demonstrated an intent to inflict imminent great bodily injury or death on responding officers. Magallion's actions after he came face-to-face with police demonstrated an intent to inflict imminent great bodily injury or death on one or more of the officers on scene. Once Officer Remick opened the door to the residence, he saw Magallion standing next to a family member while armed with 2 knives. Megallion turned towards Officer Remick and immediately advanced towards him. Megallion was aware that Officer Remick was a police officer because Officer Remick announced his presence while in full police uniform, and Megallion observed family members tell dispatch to send officers into the home. In an attempt to end the encounter peacefully, multiple police officers told Megallion to stop 3 times. However, despite the presence of multiple officers and Officer Remick visibly pointing a rifle at him, Megallion disobeyed those orders and continued to advance upon him. Officer Remick retreated backwards and away from Megallion, but Megallion did not stop. It wasn't until Megallion continued to advance on a retreating officer who was just feet away from potentially being stabbed did Officer Remick and Stalking fire at Megallion multiple times in rapid succession. I'll skip to the conclusion. For all the reasons listed above, the use of force, Officer Remick and Officer Stalking was reasonable under the circumstances. The officers acted in lawful self-defense, defense of others in response to exigent situation where the officers on scene were in imminent danger of suffering great bodily injury. As such, no further action will be taken in this case. Those are the people that you disparaged. Those are the people, again, that the district attorney, the people who actually really know how law enforcement works, that is
Time
what
has
really
expired.
happened. Thank you.
Mark Wassberg.
It's not going to stop.
The people in Venezuela and Iran was praising Trump. They was cheering in the streets that Trump took out the dictators and terrorists. Now everybody's running scared. Even Saudi Arabia is going to attack Iran. Iran is a terrorist country. It's been like that for over 50 years. Evil. They're responsible for all the terrorism around the world. And Trump says, I'm just going to bomb the hell out of them. And that's what he's doing. See, you people write this letter to the congressman. He's an idiot anyway. What makes you think that letter's going to stop anything? People are cheering. People are happy that Trump did this. Of course, it's all about the oil. He's taking Venezuela's oil. Then he's going to take Iran's oil. Then the people are going to rebel against the government, what's left of it. Ain't much of a government left. So you could thank Trump for doing good things for the world by getting rid of these criminals and terrorists that you people are supporting. We can't forget about the mayor Aguado went to Michigan, was praising Hamas, had a big hat saying, kill the people of Israel, had a big smile on his face with all the other radical terrorists, right? Face it, man, you're done. I see how in the world you can sit there and smile by over there bragging about killing people. See, even the city council backed up the mayor when he was on the hot seat with all this hate speech against Israel. You're just responsible for him. You people are out there sponsoring this stuff. How can you have no right being in our government doing stupid stuff like this. No right at all.
Time has expired. Samantha Torres.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Torres, and I represent the Richmond United Soccer Club, proudly serving Richmond for 30 years. As a 501c3 nonprofit, we've provided affordable community-based soccer programs for 3 decades. With the upcoming FIFA World Cup, we've coming to Levi's Stadium, our campaign, Think Global, Play Local, reminds us that while soccer is global, it lives here in Richmond. The vacant lots at McDonald's and 12th Avenue have sat unused for over a decade, attracting blight and vandalism. We're proposing temporary activation beginning as early as April, continuing until permanent development begins. Currently, you will find these big, beautiful banners highlighting the accomplishments of Black athletes from around the world in World Cup soccer history. Now imagine this, playing soccer in downtown Richmond, grabbing food nearby at the lot, walking to the mini fields for a quick pickup game, or watching your kids practice. That energy could exist in downtown Richmond. Even if an RFP is released this summer for developing those lots, it could be years away. In the meantime, Richmond faces a chronic shortage of soccer fields. Temporary activation would reduce blight, increase foot traffic, support local businesses, and provide safe spaces for youth and families in downtown Richmond. The McDonald Avenue Corridor Task Force meets Tuesday, March 10th at 11 a.m. in the Richmond Room. I've reached out to the mayor, the vice mayor, council members Dr. Brown and Ms. Robinson, and I welcome the opportunity to meet and move this project forward. I hope to come back and present an MOU before this council in the coming weeks. Richmond United has been here for 30 years. We're not going anywhere. We're ready to activate this space now for the FIFA World Cup, for our youth, for our families, and for downtown vitality. Thank you.
Elsa Stevens.
I wish I had brought a bouquet of roses. I'm going to speak now on an item that's much later, and that is the proclamation for Nicholas Traylor. In 2019, Nicholas Traylor was a very big reason why I kept a roof over my head. I hope that whoever replaces him has at least half the heart and half the brains. He is such a, I have never met a public servant who is as hands-on as Nicholas Traylor has been with our seniors at Heritage Park. And he didn't lie to us. He told us the truth even when it was ugly. Back in 2018, when the landlord tried to raise our rent 12% on people that are on a fixed income that were not getting raises, he said, okay, the law is with them. But thanks to ACE, Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, we managed to embarrass our landlord. And instead of a 12%, we had a 3% rent hike. For that, and then over the years since then, when we have a lot of new managers, whenever the manager tried to do something shady, like try to charge us a $30 fee for nothing, Nicholas was on the case. Thank you, Nicholas.
Don Gosney.
Good evening. I'm not speaking so much to the council right now, but I'm speaking to the people at home. A little bit ago, I was that disgruntled member of the public that tried to interject. I don't want to be that person. I really don't. My issue had nothing to do with what you were trying to put onto the agenda. It was the process of doing it. You wanted to put it on the consent calendar by your own policies. If I wanted to pull it off the consent calendar, I was supposed to get a hold of you at 2 o'clock, before 2 o'clock this afternoon to do that. But I can't do that because we didn't even know this existed until you brought it up here. Okay, you say, well, I could bring it up under public comment. You already voted on it before I'm able to get up here on public comment to discuss the process. Where is the democracy? Where is the transparency on something like that? I said, you need to give the public an opportunity to actually comment on items that you want to put on there, whether it's an emergency item or not. Give us an opportunity to speak on there to let's see we can share with you our thoughts on the issue itself. That was not allowed. How is this any different than what Donald Trump did when he starts invading countries on his own, saying, I've got the power, I can do whatever I want? Because that's exactly what the group of you, with the exception of Dr. Brown over there, did. You all decided we could put it on the consent calendar. You say, well, you can use your public comment time. You want me to give up my precious public comment, whatever public comment that I was going to bring before you, to be able to talk about that particular issue. For all you know, I was going to have the cure for cancer. I had the solutions to the problems in the Middle East. I had our budgetary solutions there. But I can't bring that up to you because I had to give it up to talk about the process. Think about these things a little bit. What mechanism do we as a public have? We cannot even say, point of order. That's not an option. So how do we bring this to your attention when you're doing something we believe is fundamentally wrong?
Julia King.
To set the record straight, we have not voted on that. That is on the consent calendar, which we will vote on after this.
The process, not the item.
Jula. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. For anyone that doesn't know me already, I'm Julia Keene. I'm a retired United States Army soldier. I don't have prepared remarks. I just came on the spur of the moment, but I'm here in support of Nicholas Traylor and the proclamation honoring him for distinguished service as the Executive Director of the Richmond Rent Program. He has always been there for me and the members of my community, Heritage Park, which is, as you know, is a low-income community for seniors. We have disabled people. We're owned. The place is owned by a slumlord, and in exchange for owning the place, they get tax breaks in exchange for having a certain number of extremely low-income people like myself, retired soldiers. None of us did it for the money, right? It's not a great retirement. So Nicholas Traylor has always been there for us, and even long before I ever moved to Richmond, he's been there, what, 8 or 9 years? He's done a fantastic job. I am deeply touched because not only is he there for us and competent, but also he actually physically showed up for us for, what, 8 or 9 years? Every time we had issues with our slumlord trying to raise our rent right before Christmas, he was there for us, as was the city council. Shout out. Good job. Most progressive city council in the country. That's how we do it. But yeah, I'm here in support of the resolution. The proclamation honoring him. You don't get people like him very often. He was amazing in what he did. He came to us personally and person to person, helped us with our renter issues that we had with management and with the slumlord corporation that owns our apartment complex, Heritage Park. And so he's just been wonderful, as have you, and I'd like to thank you all as well. Good job.
Our last in-person speaker is Sohi Labana. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Sohila.
Hello, my name is Sohaila Bana, and I'm here tonight as a resident of Richmond. I'm Iranian American, and I'm very sad to see my motherland being attacked and I'm bombarded by my fatherland. So thank you, Council, for considering to send a letter to our congressman for the War Powers Resolution to limit the power of the president to initiate the war. This is a war of choice. In simple English, it means war of aggression, illegal, unethical, without any reason. The people who burden and suffer are not the governments who decide or presidents, it's the people of the countries involved. KCRT, may I ask for the slides, please? I have two images to share with you. So you see the bodies of 170 schoolgirls wrapped and ready to be buried. This is the result of war. I wish children didn't die. I wish they would be temporarily elevated to the skies until the war ends. Then they would return home safe. And when their parents would ask them, "Where were you?" they would say, "We were playing in the clouds." By Palestinian poet Ghassan Kanfani. And these are the graves being prepared for those children. Those 170 children were among the 787 people of Iran who were killed, 10 people of Israel, 50 of Lebanon, 1 of Bahrain, 3 of Kuwait, 1 of Amman, 3 of Emirates, and 6 American soldiers.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay,
We have
and
four
we have,
speakers.
sorry, we have 4 speakers: Nathan Lonzo, Devin, Keisha Gallen, and Serge Gleshkov. Nathan Lonzo, if you'll unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Nathan, you can go ahead and
Good
start.
evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nathan Lonzo, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Police Officers Association and the officers who serve this city every day. I'd like to read the conclusion that Ben had read to the DA's office final report regarding Officer Remick and Officer Stocking. For all of the reasons listed above, the use of force by Officer Remick and Officer Stocking was reasonable and under the circumstances. The officers acted in lawful self-defense, defense of others, in response to an exigent situation where the officers on scene were in imminent danger of suffering great bodily injury. As such, no further action will be taken in this case. The city council, the city manager were told that the officers acted legally, they acted within policy, they acted within the law, but you all chose to ignore all of that. You sat there and made hurtful, ignorant, uneducated comments about these officers. And these officers came back to work this past Monday, and you know what they did? They went right back to work serving the citizens of Richmond, protecting the citizens of Richmond, protecting the employees of Richmond, despite those comments that all of you made, calling them murderers, saying they didn't act and perform like they were trained to do, and they did. And you let them down, and you should all be ashamed, and you should all apologize.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Devin. Devin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Richmond. I'm back, and apparently so is the drama, so pull up a chair for Chapter 2 of Richmond Politity. The first, Mayor Martinez, you illegally cut off my public comment last time, and that was a violation of my First Amendment rights. Let me be crystal clear. I'm not running for office. I'm not campaigning for anyone or anything. And the city attorney, you need to protect my rights. I am simply a Richmond resident who spills tea. And honey, the pot is full. Speaking of you, Mayor, it seems Councilmember Jimenez spilled a little of your tea first. And then the RPA didn't just throw you under the bus. They slowly backed it up, couldn't drive, drove over you again, and backed up again. I'm sorry, no one deserves that, especially after they defended you so publicly in the press in these very chambers. That's not progressive solidarity, baby. That's a hit and run. Now let's talk about what some of you are out there claiming. Councilmember Jimenez and the RPA brokered the $550 million Chevron settlement. No, sister, that did not happen. In fact, it was the unions who brought Chevron to the table. The unions who did the negotiation and brought you all to the table. So let's be real, girlfriends. Credit where credit's due. And then there's Councilmember Bonner, with multiple sources telling folks you are now suddenly BFFs with Councilmember Jimenez and the RPA. The same RPA that defunded the police not once but twice. At this rate, you won't have enough officers left to establish evacuation routes when and if a fire breaks out in the hills of your district. Something you might want to ponder. Richmond, everyone is watching. The cracks are wider, but tea is hotter. So pull up a chair, because Chapter 3 is already brewing. Good night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Keisha Gallen. Keisha, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Keisha Gallen, if you'll unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Keisha Gallen. I just want to say, as a citizen of Richmond, I feel like City Council does not protect all its citizens. The block cameras, they're important to all the residents. Our community deserves to feel safe and supported, and not just feel neglected because...
Excuse me, if you're speaking to the flock cameras, you'll have to wait. This is not the time to speak to that.
Okay, well, I'm speaking to the the fact that I'm not feeling included. The citizens of Richmond is not feeling included when you guys make these decisions. Every time you do something to protect one community, you should be taking the whole community into consideration, because you're creating disparities when you don't look at the whole picture when you make your decisions on certain things. So yes, the flock cameras is a part of it, but I feel like you don't protect your whole community because you're so focused on one community that lives within the community. You guys have to do a better job with protecting everyone. Everyone should feel safe. And I get that you guys like doing worldwide service, but you got to service your own community better. You're neglecting Richmond. The streets are horrible. There are potholes everywhere. And neglected, the community is being neglected. And when you guys get on one issue, you're just stuck on the one issue and you neglect the other issues. So I'm saying, as a city council, you guys need to do better with protecting and serving your whole community and not just one subset of a community within that community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Serge Gleshkov. Oh, they just lowered their hand, so there are no more speakers.
Our next item would be approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, item U2B was, you're not going to remove it?
Yeah, I'm.
Got your answer?
I would like to put it back on the consent calendar. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the process that we're going through, and it was explained to me.
Okay. All right, so there are no items that were removed from the consent calendar. So we need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I second it.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Right. Now we'll be moving to budget session. Item V1 is to discuss and adopt resolutions to appropriate fiscal year 2024 through 25 audited unspent funds in the amount of $8,213,680. Do we have any speakers? We do not have any in-person speakers, but if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. Given the number of attendees we have in the audience and online for the subsequent items, I've requested that finance staff, since this is a routine item that we've now done several times, move through expeditiously. After you hear this item, next we have a presentation from our auditor, Badawi and Associates, and so these are essentially companion items that we respectfully request that you approve this evening, and we will come back at a later time with more specificity and contracts pertaining to the expenditures. Thank you so much, and with that, I turn it over to Finance Director Combs, who will go through the slide deck, and we're happy to answer questions at the end if there are any. Thank you. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Slide 2, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight I'll be presenting our unspent funds report. Right now you're looking at an overview of what we'll be covering tonight, including the recommended action for our fiscal year 24-25 audited unspent funds. Next slide, please. Here's our recommended action for tonight: to discuss and adopt the resolutions to appropriate $8.21 million in audited 24-25 unspent general funds. These are one-time funds, so the recommendation focuses on investments that align with policy priorities and best practices for one-time revenues and resources. Next slide, please. So let's start with where we ended the year financially. Our audited results showed that general fund closed fiscal year 24-25 with an unassigned balance of $62.8 million. That's about 24% of the next year's budget or planned spending or our expenditures. Our reserve policy requires 21% or $54.6 million, so we're about $8.2 million above the target, and that's what we refer to as our unspent funds. So per council adopted policies and direction, 10% of those unspent funds goes towards our other post-employment benefits Section 115 trust, and another 10% towards our pension Section 115 trust. So that works out to about a little over $821,000 for each. So after those required allocations, we're left with about $6.57 million available for appropriation, which we'll be discussing tonight. So just for some context, since 2021, the city has increased staffing roughly from about 500 and...
Next slide.
Next slide. Go back to personnel.
That's good. You good.
Why does it keep moving? So personnel.
You good.
Okay. So just for some context, since 2021, the city has increased staffing from roughly 590 to 665 full-time equivalents, and that's about a 12.7% increase in our workforce. This has allowed us to improve our grow our service delivery in many areas throughout the organization. But it also has increased our costs. So as our workforce grew, we also saw health premiums costs increase. So these costs alone have risen substantially since 2021. And for many cities, these are shared costs between the employer and the employees. But in Richmond, we have chosen to contribute 100% of the Kaiser rate, which is increased in cost by anywhere between 40% and 44% since 2021, depending on the plan. So just as an example, the Kaiser family plan rate back in 2021 was a little over $2,100. It's now over $3,000. So it's increased by almost $1,000. So on top of that, recently approved labor MOUs and some still in negotiation will continue to increase our personnel expenses going forward, and why that's important. So while we're, this incremental hiring that has been very thoughtful and fiscally responsible to help build organizational capacity, it does mean that our baseline costs are increasing, and that may leave us with less unspent funds going forward in future years. Next slide, please. Sorry, forgot about that. That's why I was confused. Okay, so we continue to monitor worker adjustment and retraining notification or WARN notices because major layoffs, either in Richmond or regionally, signal broader economic stressors that can directly or indirectly impact Richmond's revenues or our service demands. So last year, Richmond received just a couple of these WARN notices, and it had very minimal fiscal impact from what we can tell. But we are seeing surges in these WARN notices in many areas in California, like LA, San Francisco, Orange County, and we're definitely seeing it in Solano County. We're hearing that Solano County's WARN filings alone include over 600 layoffs, and they're estimating that with the indirect job layoff impacts, they're estimating somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000 layoffs. Next slide, please. So here are staff's recommended allocations for those unspent funds. So we're recommending the contributions, which we talked about earlier, to the pension Section 115 trust, the OPEB Section 115 trust, $250,000 towards Point Melody annual monitoring, and a little over $6.3 million for complete street improvements. Next slide, please. So taking a look at that Point Melody annual monitoring with a recommended allocation of $250,000, this funding supports our ongoing work to track remediation progress, including groundwater and soil cleanup, and to stay closely coordinated with our regulatory partners as the site continues to evolve. So even though the U.S. Navy remains the primary responsible party for the cleanup, the city still plays an important oversight role. So our involvement in that helps keep the remediation aligned with long-term land use planning, especially as shoreline and development discussions continue. Next slide, please. So last year, we reached a major milestone with the transfer of shoreline and open space to the East Bay Regional Park District, and our environmental monitoring and regulatory coordination have continued smoothly. So looking ahead to 2026, we'll keep advancing cleanup milestones, maintaining compliance, and strengthening coordination to support long-term stewardship and future planning for Point Melody. Next slide, please. We are also recommending a little over $6.3 million of unspent funds go towards complete street improvements. This important work helps us make our streets safer, more accessible, and more welcoming for everyone. Elements may include things like better sidewalks and crosswalks, improved lighting and landscaping, ongoing pavement maintenance, and adding drought-tolerant plants to support long-term sustainability. So altogether, these investments help us to modernize our streets, support multimodal travel, and create greener, more resilient public spaces. Slide, please. And here is our recommended action to discuss and adopt the resolution to appropriate the $8.2 million in audited unspent funds. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we start questions, I think I'd like to have public comment, so I'm opening the floor.
We have one in-person speaker. Cordell Handler.
So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, Cordell Handler has looked at the presentation, and as Emily pointed out, the ball's in your court, so I don't have no problem with this. So someone makes a motion, seconds it, to use the unspent funds as presented. So that's that.
Thank you.
We have one speaker online.
And the speaker is Keisha Gallen. Keisha, you'll have 2 minutes to, oh, she lowered her hand. But there are no more speakers. Oh, okay, never mind, I'm sorry. Hands up. Keisha, you can go ahead and start.
Well, I really don't need 2 minutes, but my thing is, if we're voting in to appropriate the funds, I'm going to say we earmark some for just the paving of the streets, because yeah, El Sobrante area, over by Brighter Futures, the streets are really bad over there, and they need to be fixed as soon as possible because it's really big potholes over there. And that was it for me.
Okay, thank you. There are no more speakers.
All right, so public comment is closed, and we will now go to questions. Do we have Councilmember, Vice Mayor Doria Robinson?
Hi, I'm wondering how we came to the conclusion of these recommendations, because, you know, especially sitting as liaisons on different committees, you hear different needs, and some of those needs are urgent, and I'm wondering why we're not addressing some of those needs with these funds.
Well, at this juncture, we're also, given the timeline, we're going to be hearing mid-year soon. So given that we have a paving index that's significantly deteriorating, if we are able to make appropriations sooner for the paving index contractor and the other ancillary improvements, those can enable staff to get those things queued up now under the existing contract, so that when we're officially out of the raining season, that work can take place this calendar year. And so any other programmatic needs could be considered at mid-year.
So I want to make sure that everyone's aware of that currently most of our unhoused services are operating under very specific grants that has very specific jurisdictions that they can deal with. That means that many people who are unhoused do not have emergency support because our emergency funds are exhausted. And if they do not fall under the jurisdictions of the current grants, then there's nothing for them. And so people come for support, they come for aid, and there is no emergency support right now. Like unless they fall into the existing grants, like they are on a highway or whatnot. And there have been growing encampments along Carlson Boulevard, and there isn't anything we can really offer them unless they're on a freeway or in a freeway area. I would like to propose that we put some of this money. I was told that we would need even $50,000 from Michelle Milam, who is intimately knowledgeable about these things, just to have an emergency response fund so we can offer something to people and not just move encampments from one place to another, but actually have something to offer them.
I think that's a very good idea. The question that I have is that we continuously have allocated for the past 4 years reimagining public safety dollars with an unhoused allocation. So if that's the experience that staff are having, they should look at the existing budget allocation for in the unhoused line item budget and provide a policy recommendation to their department heads for consideration. And so
I think we could do that in the budget cycle, and I think I'm encouraging
No, they could do
folks
it
to
now.
that.
It doesn't have to be in the budget cycle. What I'm saying is that there's already funding, right, that the city council appropriated under.
I was told that funding was exhausted.
I am not aware of that because it's been allocated on an annual basis. So I would like to go back and check with finance staff. I'd be happy to email the council. But my understanding is Mubin has that appropriation, or Deputy City Manager White, you have experience with that. Have those appropriations continued, or do we need to make an additional allocation for reimagining public safety?
So there has been an annual appropriation from general fund for the unhoused initiative under the Reimagine Public Safety Initiative originally since for past few years. And those are annual appropriations. And
so I think you're talking about the set of funds that we are now having an RFP for. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's like $2 million.
No, that's different. There's a different, so there's ERF 1, 2, and 3, so that was like $30 million from the state. The city council has been appropriating funds under the auspices of Reimagine Public Safety into 4 distinct programmatic areas. I would be happy to go back with staff and do a complete analysis of that. And if staff have a mechanism, and I've shared this with staff when they made this suggestion to the respective department heads, Director Velasco and Chief Simmons, if this is something that they need to do, that they should certainly look at their existing budgets and make those appropriations and come to the city council with a contract. I don't think it needs to, the council has made an appropriations, and so we need the staff to look at their existing budgets, and if this is how they want to spend the funds, they can certainly do so. And if they need an additional appropriations, then they can certainly request it.
Can we make sure that that is the case, and if that is not the
because
case, make a portion of these funds available so
I will
that
make
we have
$50,000 of. I've
Yeah.
told staff that $50,000 in the scheme of our budget is like 0.01%.
Exactly,
So
but
it's not
but for folks that are on the
Well,
street
right,
and have
but-
no other
but I
options,
think
it means a huge difference to them.
Right, but the issue that I'm also trying to convey to the council is that sometimes departments have capacity bandwidth. So even if a staff member has a good idea, right, we have to have the capacity to effectuate it, right? So the question is not just do we have a good idea, but does the staff have capacity to effectuate the idea in compliance with the procurement guidelines, right? And so that's the question for the department head. So I've asked Chief Simmons and Director Velasco to look at this issue and provide a recommendation. But I don't want to pretend that like if we make an appropriations right now that it's going to solve the problem, because we have to know, part of the issue is we have nonprofits that also have capacity limits, right? And so we need to make sure.
Yeah. I think as long as we end tonight, making sure that we have at least $50,000 from whatever source, so there is some pot of emergency funds to deal with the major issues we're having with encampments and people on the street and no services to offer them. I'm particularly thinking about what we've been dealing with along Carlson Boulevard.
I conferred with staff, and a lot of the money has been allocated to SOS and other vendors. So if the city council would like to make an additional appropriation, you certainly can do so. But the funds have been appropriated as to nonprofit service providers as council directed. We do not have the financial capacity for staff to individually expend $50,000 without a nonprofit partner. That wouldn't be good procurement. So we can make an additional allocation for emergency funds, but we are going to go through a procurement process to expend it.
I think in the past we've had tools.
Right, with a nonprofit partner.
The hotel vouchers and other things.
With a whole nonprofit partner.
Right. So, anyway, I don't want to argue about the specifics, but what I've been hearing in our task force meetings and outside of the task force meetings that they do not have tools to support people who don't fall into these very fine, grant parameters. And that leaves a whole realm of people who are in encampments just being shuffled back and forth. And so what I would like to do tonight is make sure that there is resources to create such tools, however way we need to create them.
We welcome the opportunity to do that. We have to, one of the nonprofit partners that led this work, unfortunately, stopped doing so. So we have to find new nonprofit partners that are willing to work with us in a collaborative manner to do this work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much. Quick question about that, leading off of what Vice Mayor was expressing. Have those orgs expressed exhausting the funds that you said were appropriated? Have any of them
I don't
expressed
know.
that?
I haven't had direct conversations.
Okay. No, I'm asking because
I really,
just as a justification to redirecting additional funds.
I'm not sure of the specific needs of the organizations. I'm happy to look more into the administrative record regarding the expenditures and what they have been assigned for. I've asked staff to make sure that the city unhoused website is kept up to date.
Okay, cool. Also, regarding the 6.3 million, it's sort of vague about the pavement and just this overview of complete street improvements. Is that tied to anything in particular? Like a certain amount would go towards paving, a certain amount would go towards lighting, other improvements? And have there been areas that have been identified?
At this juncture, the staff have preliminary ideas, but before anything is approved, any contract would come back to the city council for approval.
Okay. And lastly, are any of those projects tied to any of our CIP projects that are listed?
They may be. We're not sure at this juncture. We've been getting ready for mid-year and then next fiscal year and planning the community meetings as well as developing revenue enhancements and then putting together policy options for Kids First. So there hasn't been a lot of time to dig deeply into this.
So the 6.3 is just to set aside.
It's just
a
going in the
placeholder.
envelope.
Okay.
It's just we're putting the money in the envelope under this kind of programmatic approach.
And we'll find out what it'll be allocated towards at a later time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you for the presentation and the suggestions. I am glad that we are putting the money in the improvement of street escapes and pavement. I also hear the concern that Councilmember Robinson spoke about, and I agree that if the funds are needed, we should have these funds also from this. My question is, or my suggestion probably is, we had been talking about that as we pave the streets, if there are some improvements that this street needs to be in doing complete streets projects, that we do it. I haven't seen how that is happening because we actually, the city council has been increasing significantly the pavement funds. When I started the payment funds were, the allocation was $4 million, and last year we allocated over $10 million, and we continue to do more because we know that it's needed. And a lot of residents in District 6, like the complaints are about street safety in that regards. So I just want to make sure that when the plan is presented and while we continue to make significant investment in the pavement, that is a plan to really make complete streets and address all the unsafety intersections that we have, so that we are making the improvements that and that we need, and people are seeing these improvements, even if potentially might be that we don't pave all the streets, but what the ones that are paved, we are paving, are like we are addressing the other issues. So how is that, like, is that something that are you planning to do? And yeah, my question is.
Okay, that's a very good point. We are happy to come back to the City Council and have more discussion on the specifics. Deputy Finance Director Moving has indicated that there's $259,000 remaining unallocated in the unhoused budget. Moving, can you go into the specifics?
The city appropriated $1.32 million under the Unhoused Intervention Program for unhoused community services, and of that, year-to-date expenditure has been $546,000, and encumbrances are $514,000. That leaves with the available budget of $259,000.
Okay. And my last question is, it's great that we have unexpended funds. Where is the bulk of that, like the saving? Where is coming from?
Increased revenue and decreased because of staff. But as the MOUs are finalized and we continue to increase staffing, it is anticipated that the amount of unspent funds will continue to decrease. Also, frequently staff are appropriated funds, right? And if they're not spent, like was described in right now, then what happens is they roll into the unspent money, and then we frequently try to reappropriate them, or we look around and we're like, oh, how can we improve programmatic service in this area, and we add additional funding, or if we can expand hours at a facility, we do those sorts of things. So we're always happy to take new ideas for appropriations and work collaboratively with staff. We just always try to make sure that if there are funds remaining that are unspent, that we work with the department to allocate those. And if we need an additional appropriation, we will always, for something that's a high priority, we will always put it on the City Council agenda to make an additional appropriation, and then we have a true up at our quarterly report or at mid-year. So we're trying to be very flexible to meet the council's public policy direction.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. I believe my questions were answered already, but I'm going to make sure they are. So I assume there's flexibility within the budget. For example, when it talks about urban forest and planting, we've been asking the Public Works to identify the plants that are drought tolerant, fire resistant, relatively deep roots for erosion control. And it takes some budget, like $50,000 to $75,000, I assume, to do this study by Contra Costa Conservation District or other nonprofits. So I assume there is room for those programs within this? Verification, please.
We currently have at least 2 arborists on staff, and so they've been working with the Urban Forestry Council and other nonprofit partners to develop strategies and plans to increase the medians. So we're trying to basically do 2 things. We're trying to do complete streets when there's complete reconstruction that can be done, but if we have other corridors, right, that are in disrepair, right, where we just have, there is no planting, right, then we're with the city staff that we have on board now, We have staff that are designers, and we have planners, and they can design the landscaping projects for those areas, and Public Works staff can buy the materials and implement
This
them.
is just regarding the corridors then, not beyond that.
Primarily the corridors. Once the corridors are complete, then staff could be operations and maintenance staff, just like they replanted McDonald Avenue. My request is that they replant all of the key medians throughout the city, and so that the city standard is what Marina Bay looks like. It's
Right. I don't want to take too much time here, but I think we need to have a discussion with Public Works about actually identifying appropriate plans for high fire hazard severity zone areas and areas susceptible to erosion. And I have one more question, because this budget is allocated in an envelope for Public Works. If we at the council happen to pass the item regarding Lemoyne or Cheese Park improvements, could this budget be helpful with that?
At this juncture, I am not prepared to answer because I'm not sure of all of the other requests that are currently pending. For that item, we are suggesting that if that's the priority of the city council to move that park forward, that would be something that would be considered at mid-year.
And when would that be?
We hope to have additional financial items on the city council agenda on the 17th and 24th.
Okay, so it's coming up soon.
It's this month.
And there will be positive to allocate to that item.
We will make the city council aware of opportunities to make additional appropriations, and we'll implement the city council's policy direction.
Okay, so I wonder if I should ask you to at least consider adding restrooms for Cheese Park and the rest of improvements from mid-year budget. Would that be acceptable to you?
It's not up to me, it's up to the council.
Yeah, but your support usually counts.
No, I mean,
I'm
just-
asking for your blessings.
I mean, I'm trying to balance, right? Like, we've got one council member asking for an appropriations here, we've got another one here. I'm happy to do whatever you all come to consensus on.
Okay, then I would like to request that the restrooms that are absolutely necessary for the park to come from this, for Lemoyne Park, and the rest, we'll talk at the mid-year budget.
All right, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And from what I see here, you've been listening to the community, so thank you. It's very important because these are the top things of the community, at least for me. Either you heard it from others, right? But I'm sure that you've heard it from the community because this is some of the top stuff they need. They want their roads paved, they want their lights on, their sidewalks working, and they want to be able to have nice landscaping. So this aligns with that. So thank you for doing that and continuously leading us to the direction that the community is telling us to go into. So thank you for that. As we do this, we have so many different reports, and I'm hoping that we could also follow some of those along. At this council, we have had in the past, 3.5 years, several people present to us where the highest needs are. There are districts, if we want to go by districts, that have very low canopies. And there's other districts that have lots of canopies. We have District 2, District 4, with the most park access, the most parks, the most park access. District 1 barely has any tree canopies, barely has any parks. And then you get to District 6, District 3. So kind of prioritizing where the need is. Do I want District 2 parks to be top-notch? Yes, and I've got the president of the neighborhood council here for one of them, right? Yes. But do I want to make sure that we're putting the needs of all of Richmond first? That's what needs to come first. So making sure that the communities at most need, that we're putting them up. So we can please take a look at that. We've got I'm looking at the greenery plan that we had a couple years ago, the city tree inventory. It shows several areas here, and I'm sure you can go and look at it as well. It's got building woods, shield reeds, iron triangle. They have a tree canopy of about 5.8%. Other places in the city have a much, much higher percentage, right? So making sure that we're looking, because we want to make sure, again, to uplift the community altogether. And when we're looking at lights, I love that we're already starting to put in solar from the community. It's getting really great positive feedback, especially as more and more of the copper wire is being stolen. If we can please continue that trend, because that's a really great trend. So if we can install more solar lights and trying to make it equally and equitably around the community and focusing on areas with the most need.
If I may on that, Councilmember, just
Yeah,
as
yes,
a
please.
brief update, Councilmember Jimenez, we've received the shipment of materials for the solar lights and are anticipating that we'll have a full project timeline by the end of the week, and we'll share it with the council when it's finalized. We're not trying to have favorites, but we do have a lot of opportunities and high rates on Carlson, so that is where staff is planning to commence.
You don't have to have favorites as long as it's District 2 first.
I'm just saying for the good of the order, that's been an area where we've had a lot of issues and where we have significant affordable housing along the corridor. And so we want to make sure that, and there's always a lot of incidents that are happening on that corridor. So we want to make sure that we improve the lighting there and adjacent at BTA Park.
Thank you. And that's important, right? Again, do I want it all in District 2? Of course I do.
I think you have some lights.
Shh. We want to put, no, but equitably, right? So making sure where do we need it? And you all know where the places where people are crashing the most because they can't see very well. Where are we having all the accidents? So thank you for taking that into consideration. And then it might be coming in at the mid-year budget as well. But last time we met about monies, I remember, and I had it in the back of my mind, we took some money away from the HVAC system, and I know it's not part of this conversation here per se, but I just want to make sure that we keep that on the top of our mind. We took money away from the HVAC system for the rec center. And I know that during the summer, it gets very, very hot, and they don't have enough windows during the hot summer in September, so they can cool off. We want to make sure that we keep our employees and the people that are using the rec center cool enough, the kids, right? So I know that we took some money from there for other stuff, but hopefully we can find some money to give it back because we want to keep people safe there as well. But thank you so much for this. This is great. The upgraded crosswalks are really going to help, hopefully with the having less sideshows because they're not going to be able to because they have less space. We're going to be able to increase people crossing the street safer. So thank you. This is a great project or a great plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you. So I am, supportive in general of the idea of using the surplus for the complete streets improvements. As several of my colleagues have already said, that's, I think, a need that cuts across our city. I'm glad to hear a special shout out for Carlson as an example of, there's a close to a half mile of Carlson that's been in complete darkness for many months now, and it is quite dangerous. So I'm glad that this money is being put to what I think is a very practical and popular use. I'm still a little bit unclear whether Councilmember or Vice Mayor Robertson's concerns about the emergency money for homeless unhoused people has been met. So I'm sort of holding a space for that. I'd like to sort of, if there's a need there, I would like to see that need served with some of this money. I also want to flag the fact that, it's, and I sound like a broken record. I know I've only been on council for a year, and I know I've given this speech before, but I think every time there's a surplus, I'm going to raise the fact that while I'm glad there's a surplus, when we are given a surplus, we can only spend it on one-time expenses. We cannot take the $6.3 million and hire additional people to provide park landscaping or staffing like that. But it always makes me ask, maybe since this all comes out of the general fund, and I realize that part of the reason you have more, the revenue did better than we anticipated. We got more grants. But there is this pattern where we are consistently having these sort of $8, $10, $13 million surpluses. And I wish we could go into a time machine and go back and use that money for enhancing staffing and the sort of things that people have been asking for, including a lot of this having to do with roads and parks and safety and so forth. And we don't have that time machine. And so I want to sort of make the suggestion that when you're doing your sort of forecasts for what your expectation of revenue is that you be less conservative. Like, you know, we're consistently outperforming what the predictions are. And again, good problem to have in some senses, like we're gonna get to spend more on streets than we thought we would, and I think that's popular and important, but I would have really rather have seen some enhanced city services with this money. So is that a question? I don't know, or a comment? Do you agree?
Yes, and that's what we were trying to do on slide 5 by increasing our staffing almost 13%. It's very, very hard for us to hire people any faster. Like, this is the fastest that I've ever seen City of Richmond hiring people, and we want to continue to onboard people and train them and set them up for success in their roles. And so one of the areas that the council has been most aggressive is around the investment in public works, and they're doing a great job. Like, I've heard from many of you and members of the community, when you drive around, things are really starting to look better. And so they're working with the crews they have now. There was there's new people onboarded all the time. And as they continue to get those people onboarded and trained, we'll continue to hire more people. It's just, we're not, unfortunately, the type of organization that can go from 590 to 790. We've got to do things incrementally so people are trained and know how to do the work that the council's expecting in the manner that you're expecting. And that we comply with all the procurement rules. So it takes a while to actually spend money when you're a city.
All right.
Yeah, so we'll try to get it up higher every year.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment to doing that. Last thing I'll just say quickly is my sense, if I heard you correctly, is one of the reasons why to take the bulk of this money and put it into complete streets is that there is a capacity for spending that relatively quickly. And so I just want to sort of acknowledge that I heard Councilmember Bonna's request for using some of the money towards bathrooms. I wholeheartedly support bathrooms at Cheese Park, but I don't know that I support using this money for bathrooms at Cheese Park because it sounds like that might be a few months away, and we're kind of picking projects that can be spent this month with this money. Am I understanding that correctly?
We were trying to enable the council to do that, if that's your policy direction. We have looked at bathroom options and like different types of bathrooms that might work, like prefab bathrooms, or even the mayor mentioned a type of bathroom that he saw in Martinez, and so staff are exploring what are the options. And what I've mentioned is that if the council would like to add more bathrooms citywide, we would want to amend the parks master plan. So we can say, like, okay, at this level of park, if it's a community level park or whatever the appropriate level is, if the council wants to add more bathrooms, we're happy to do that. We'll amend the parks master plan and we'll ask for an appropriations to do that.
Yeah, so, thank you. Yeah.
All right. I want to thank you for the work you put into this plan. You put a lot of thought into it. And if I remember correctly, when the operations and maintenance department made a presentation, their budget for doing everything that needed to be done was way more than what we can provide. So any amount that we can provide to help improve the city is much needed. I hear from people all the time about different types of improvements that can be made. As Councilmember Wilson was mentioning, Carlson has been dark. It's like driving through a tunnel, and the striping also needs to be painted. I was driving down it during a rainstorm, and because of the darkness and because of the striping wasn't there, it was very peligroso. So there are other places where we need to put in cutaways for wheelchairs. I've seen a lot of stop signs going up. We need more stop signs going up. We've said that education, then improvements, and then enforcement. So if people are going to slow down, they need to have signs that tell them to slow down or to stop. I think that the money that we've allocated is not enough, but but it's what we have. And I also know that these are envelopes, which means that even in the upcoming months, if emergencies come up, we can reallocate the monies. So I think this is a good place to leave the monies at this point.
Yeah, and there's always ongoing requests. Like just yesterday, Public Works told me, oh, these are 3 new things that are going out to bid, and we think we're going to have a shortfall. So I don't mean to make light of this, but we have ongoing requests, and we're going to have ongoing reappropriations, because every time we design a project, it may come in under budget or over budget, and then we'll come back to the council and request additional appropriations. And again, pertaining to the bathrooms, we understand that it's a priority, Councilmember Bana. If the council wants to do just one, we're happy to do that. If they want to look at several parks, we're happy to do that. We are just trying to make sure that, since we're still in the rainy season, we've got contractors on board. For example, the most recent was at McBride and Gaynor, where the curb cuts have been happening, the new ADA ramps, and that we also put aside funding to continue those ADA access points, so that when the ADA blue curb policy comes to council, we have to have funding allocated also for that, as an example, to make sure that we have ADA access for those areas that are approved. So those are some of the things that staff are working on that we'll bring back to the council in March and April.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. So, City Manager, you're aware that the 2010, we are in 2026 now, 16 years later. The 2010 Parks Master Plan identifies community parks. One of them is Lemoyne Park, commonly known as Cheese Park. And it says must, in capital letters, must have bathrooms in addition to a set of other amenities. And I'm shocked that you're whitewashing the problem in response to Councilmember Wilson and saying if more bathrooms are desired by the council in general,
with all due respect, I'm not sure if you're familiar, that it's an inappropriate term to say to me.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure if you're aware that that's an inappropriate term to say to me.
What did I say to you?
I'm going to stop talking at this point.
Okay. So you respond in a way as if it's a luxury item or request additional bathrooms at the city level, while it's a desperate need of the community to have restrooms at the only community center in District 4, which should have had it since 2010. So with all respect for all the work that you and everyone's doing, I would like to request that I would like to make a motion that we pass this item with allocating budget for restrooms for the only community park in the city of Richmond that does not have a restroom, even though it's been identified since 2010.
Do we have a second?
Council Brown has not spoken. You missed her.
Do we have, it dies of lack of second. Councilmember Cepeda? I'm sorry, Councilmember Brown, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I did raise my hand and I asked a few questions regarding where the money was. So the city manager basically told us that this money is just being approved tonight to be later determined, like itemized later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think there's so many needs. We are backed up in needs, and we are, they're just, doesn't matter what the need is. If you need to go pee, there's a need to figuring out where. In my morning coffees this Saturday, I had a person say that he has constantly been seeing a couple individuals just in the middle of the sidewalk going to the restroom because that park that is closest to his house by the Greenway does not have proper restrooms, and people are doing their stuff on the street. So there are lots of needs. So maybe we have to figure out, reprioritize again, coming back again. All right, we talked about parks a couple years ago. How do we prioritize them? What I remember, and we have a couple new council members, we can come back again and reprioritize, but we were looking at the communities with the most needs first. Those are lower income communities. In regards to restrooms, maybe we can look at that as well. Because just top of my mind, I don't think that any parks in District 2, ever advocating for our own districts, I don't think any parks in District 2 have restrooms. The Greenway and the part that's within District 2 does not have restrooms. So if we're going to be doing that, maybe it's trying to figure out. I know that when I came back from the National League of Cities, I brought up some information from some quick-built restrooms. They were very innovative restrooms that were pre-built. They're very inexpensive, so those might be something that we could invest in and probably just put them in all the parks that need them. It's a quick fix. They also included blue lighting. I know that it's a concern for a lot of individuals. They want to be able to use the restroom, but they want to make sure that people that are doing drugs don't go and take over the restrooms. Well, these restrooms with blue lights, once you go in, you can't see your veins. So it's a deterrent. So they're not going to be locking themselves in there trying to inject themselves with anything. So maybe we look at a holistic bathrooms plan to making sure that we're approaching the whole community. And District 4 is important because they also don't have any, but there's a lot of them as well. So how do we make sure that we're reaching out to all the communities that really have from lots and lots of needs to a little bit less? So thank you.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
So there's lots of great thoughts tonight and all the things that we need. It's always happens at a moment like this when you have an opportunity to put resources towards things. I wanted to bring up a couple of things. One of them is that we have this great park equity process that's happening. And part of that park equity process is determining what we mean and what should be a minimum amount of a standard of maintenance of our parks. And that standard of maintenance of the parks is not only, you know, how frequently should we dump the trash, pick up the litter, and things like that, but also, you know, how much money, how much do we budget for regular maintenance of things like bathrooms and security and things like that. This plan is really a great plan. It's city staff, it's community members, it's a bunch of different people who are working on it, and some partners like Trust for Public Land to come up with what this can really do, and it can you know, guide budgeting and guide policy and whatnot. So I just wanted to bring that up again and make sure that people understand a part of that is considering what's the difference between the maintenance needs of a community park as opposed to a pocket park, as opposed to whatever, and what park should have what resources. So all these things are in the works. We've been working on these things behind the scenes, not only working on these things, but also looking for funding streams, long-term and permanent funding streams that could actually help pay for that elevated levels of maintenance, that standard of maintenance that we want to see. That stuff is in motion. It's happening. It's great. It's public processes. And we also went through a lot of work and put together a CIP plan that considers equity, that considers a lot of different things, and there's things that are moving forward in that CIP plan. So I think the most appropriate thing for the Cheese Park is to make it, you know, include it in the CIP plan, give it a rating, and have it move forward with the other projects. I think that's the way that we talked about moving CIP projects forward, is, you know, making sure they're included in the plan, giving it a rating, and then moving it forward with everything, because there's so many projects and we can't do everything at once and whatnot. That said, I would like to make a motion that considers, takes into consideration, that includes the recommended action to discuss and adopt a resolution to appropriate fiscal year 24-25 audited unspent funds in the amount of $8,213,680, with the one addition that we ensure that there are emergency funds available to make sure there are services for the unhoused that do not fall within the purviews of the existing grants. So they cannot be serviced by the existing grants. So that we don't just move people in encampments from one street to the next, but we actually have a place to offer them to go. What's that? And that should be a minimum of $50,000. If it's the $250,000, that's even greater. we have a lot of need. If people have looked around the city, there are a lot of encampments, and we're literally just moving people from one street to the next because we don't have anything else to offer for people who don't fall within the existing grants.
I second that.
Yes, Councilmember
I have a
Brown?
question before we vote. Is the $50,000 coming from the appropriation for this item, or are we going based off the city manager's recommendation to seek money that's still available, the $259K for unhoused?
My motion would be to take it from where it's available. So if it's available and there's an unspent amount of money that we can allocate to it, and then it becomes available and we can use it for that purpose, that's great. If it's not available, then I would like to ask the city staff to choose where best to take it from here. It's a small amount as compared to the other amounts, but it would really help people have another alternative besides camping on the streets outside of people's homes.
If I may, ask a clarifying question. So the $259,000 in the unhoused intervention program that is available, does that account for your desired action, or would you like to reduce this proposed?
So if that $259,000 is available to service these folks that do not fall within the other grants because they're not on a highway and they're not whatever, if they could be used to make sure that there are services for this group of people who are falling through the net, which is a lot of people, then fine, let's use that money.
Yes, absolutely. Those funds are general fund, cities part of the original appropriation, original adopted budget. So those are not subject to any grants, so those are not grant funds. Those are city's own general fund appropriation that was made in the beginning of the fiscal year. So that is well over $50,000. That is $259,000.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I want them to be used for the express purpose of making sure there are services available to this population of unhoused people. I don't think that it would serve the purpose if we added to an existing contract that is only servicing an X area or only picking up trash over here. Like there is a need to be able to offer services to people wherever they are in camping, wherever they are, and not only in this area where there's going to be trash picked up or only at this thing. I want it to be an emergency response fund that can respond to anybody wherever they are to make sure that we can offer services to as many people as possible until we don't have the resource anymore.
To me, that seems like a program focus type of direction as opposed to the funding availability recommendation.
Just like when we're allocating money to a specific source or a specific project, I'm saying that this is the specific project. This is
absolutely.
Specific source.
So that is a larger scope, unhoused interventions, which I believe, it sounds like, Councilmember Robinson, what your desired outcome is out of this action would fall under that pot of money, which is general, which is general fund, not specific for certain group or certain type of service. It's just an unhoused intervention under the initiative of Reimagine Public Safety. So
I want to move forward with, because I think the motion still stands, just with the clarification that if the pot already exists, then I just want to make sure that that gets allocated and it's available for use.
Yeah, can I make, since this is related to the ACFR and a specific unspent funds, if I may propose that staff come back and I want to say Chief Simmons and Director Velasco, who oversee the core contract and the unhoused work, that they work with their respective staff, Michelle Milam and Jesus, and come back in 90 days with a plan to address the concerns you outlined today within the $259,000 appropriation that currently exists, because that's within this fiscal year budget, right? So
can we move faster than 90 days? It feels like we have people who are,
if we can reprioritize, we're happy to reprioritize other items, yes.
If you look at the encampment list that gets sent out on a weekly basis, many of those encampments, this is where I get very districty on you, are in District 3.
Mm-hmm.
And my residents, the residents in my district, not only my district, they're definitely everywhere, but are really like, it's it's heart-wrenching to
Yes.
see people in the condition that there are on the streets, and then to wait 90 days to address it seems unreasonable, especially if we already have the money and we already have core. We just need to direct the services to what we need.
Right, but we have to have a service. What I would like to do is for us to meet with Contra Costa County and for them to support our work in achieving your policy directive, because they manage the coordinated entry program. We have to get unhoused residents in the coordinated entry program so that they can achieve wraparound services, and so that then they're queued up to go into the hotel that we're currently renovating. So we're happy to work on what you're doing, what you're suggesting rather, but we have to do it in collaboration with the county.
That's great. You know what we really need? We really need a core team that's anchored and centered and housed in Richmond. Like, that's what we need. We have so much need, and for them to have to come. When I was doing the ride along with the police officers, we waited for hours to come to a group of folks who were sitting at the Food Co Plaza saying they wanted services. By the time CORE actually made it out, they had left.
No, since I've been the city manager, I think we've amended the core contract 2 times. We keep expanding it, and we pay for it from the city of Richmond to provide our own core team.
Yeah,
So motion stands. I think I have a second, so.
Councilmember Brown?
Before voting, I'm still confused because the city manager just said that we should come back within 90 days. You said sooner. This is not a situation that's just sprung up overnight. People in District 3 and District 1 have been sleeping on the streets for
She
some
said that
time
she could
now.
prioritize this so that we can come back sooner than 90 days.
Right. And so I'm saying, like, are we talking about money from here, or this is an added, is this additional to the
They said
appropriation?
that there's $259,000 available, and there's going to come
Right,
back
that's a
with a
separate
plan
pot of
sooner,
money that's
sooner
not
than 90 days.
Right, but that's not this money. That's
And I feel like she's putting the
different
cart
money,
before the horse, and I just want to be
and
clear.
we're trying to mix 2 different items into one.
So I'm going to say that I would like to allocate $50,000 from this budget towards emergency funds. And it's a small amount. I want to make sure that we have, that was the amount that I was told by folks that they could really use to our emergency response. If there's an additional money available, that's great. We can help more people.
I second that.
Any more discussion? Are we taking
No,
a vote?
I'm in favor of supporting the emergency funds. It's just that it's not from this pot of money. It's not agendized, and then to try to say, okay, well, if I can't do it this way, I have to do it this way. Like, no, the city manager, you're constantly on all of us about procurement process and so forth and so on, and processes and all of the things. Like, why are we not enforcing that right now?
Brown, we are not to have conversations with the audience.
I'm not talking to the audience. I'm talking to the city manager.
You were responding to the audience.
I wasn't. I
Okay,
hadn't even
Mike.
looked at the audience. Actually,
Well,
I'm trying to understand how I'm going to vote based upon this, what we have in front of us. I am all for allocating these funds. Are we going to borrow it from this part and put it back later, or what? Because if we have almost $300K available, why are we not utilizing those funds? So we can use.
I'm going to clarify my motion. My
Okay.
motion is to accept the recommended action with the adjustment that $50,000 from these funds would be put towards emergency unhoused services.
I second that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we ready? Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Brown voting no.
For the clarification of the administrative record, since this isn't a budget appropriation, we need to make sure that it's clear that the resolution will be amended as follows. The resolution will be amended to remove $50,000 from the complete streets line item that's currently budgeted at $6,320,944. That will be reduced by $50,000 and will be reappropriated to $50,000 in unhoused funds that will be spent collaboratively between the Community Development and Police Department to outline the policy objectives previously mentioned pertaining to emergency unhoused services. Next, we have the presentation from the auditors. So if the auditors can please come up and the clerk will move the motion.
Item V2 is to receive a report on the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. We have one in-person speaker. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
KCRT, can you go ahead and bring up the presentation?
Ask him to go ahead then. Do you want to say, it's your job to tell him to go. What are we waiting for?
Next item is V2, to receive a report on the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. And we have one public speaker in person for this item.
I'm going to go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. I'm Emily Combs, the Finance Director, and this evening we are presenting the city's annual comprehensive financial report, or what we refer to as the ACFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. The ACFR is the city's primary audited financial report, providing a complete picture of our financial position, the results of our operations, and long-term obligations. It is prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP, and independently audited by our outside auditors, Badawi and Associates, to ensure transparency and accountability in how we steward public funds. So with that, I'd like to introduce our external auditors from...
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause for a second. Can we have a little bit of quiet in the room? It's hard to hear. There's lots of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to introduce our external auditors from Badawi and Associates, who will walk you through the results of this year's audit.
Thank you, Emily. Good evening. I am Ahmed Badawi, the audit partner with Badawi and Associates, and today I'm going to present to you the results of the 2025 audit. So I'm going to start here by letting you know the agenda, what I'm going to cover today. I will give you a brief overview of our firm and the engagement team assigned to the audit, the deliverables and the scope of our audit, a brief overview of the audit methodology that we followed, areas of primary audit risks that we identified, the type of audit opinion we issued, and provide you with a 30,000-foot view of the numbers in the financial statements, provide you some of the required communication as your independent auditor, and then a brief overview of the new accounting standards coming your way. So I will start here by an overview of our firm and the engagement team. So on this slide here is our firm by the numbers. We have about 25 years of experience. We are a highly specialized firm. We only perform municipal auditing for state and local government. We work mostly with cities. We currently work with about 44 cities. We have about 30 employees, and so far we have 0 legal or disciplinary actions against the firm. Actually, the firm just completed its peer review, and we have received a clean audit opinion as well, same like the city. As far as our engagement team, this was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner. We always have a quality control reviewer. This person is in the background reviewing our work and making sure that we adhere to professional standards. We had 1 senior auditor, 1 IT specialist, and 3 professional staff assigned to the auditor. In terms of our deliverables and the scope of our audit, we were mainly engaged to provide an opinion on the city's basic financial statements. That's what we refer to as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or the ACFR. We were also engaged to perform an audit of the federal grants, what we refer to as a single audit, and that's a compliance audit of the federal grants. Report on the Joint Powers Financing Authority, on the Housing Authority, prepared what we call the SCO report, which is the State Controller's Office report for the city, the sewer district, the Public Financing Authority, and the 2 pension plans. Perform and agreed upon procedures on the appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit. And then finally communicate with the governing body, which is what I'm doing tonight. A brief overview of our audit methodology. I don't want to bother you too much with this, but just wanted to let you know that the audit is not really done at one point. It is really performed throughout the year. It starts with planning early in the year, where we gather information from management to assist us with planning the audit and staffing it. The interim phase of the audit focus on evaluating systems and processes that the city have in place and internal controls, and we perform risk assessment and design audit procedures at that time. The year-end phase is when the city closes its books and we come in and perform our audit procedures and obtain audit evidence for all the account balances. And then finally, the reporting phase when we draft the financial statements and issue those final audit reports.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, quickly, is it fiscal year or actual year?
Fiscal year.
Thank you.
Fiscal year 2025. June 30, 2025. Areas of primary audit risk. I always like to say to all my clients that there are no risk-free audits. Any audit will involve some risks. And the risks we identified for the city of Richmond are pretty standard. They do exist in almost every audit we perform. So I want to cover those. The first one is the risk of management override of controls. Although it sounds really strong, but we are not aware of any instance of management override or overridden controls. However, this is a risk that always exists. Management is the one responsible for designing, implementing, and monitoring internal controls, and they can sometimes override them. So we perform certain audit procedures to minimize that risk to an acceptable level. Some of those procedures is making sure that we assign more experienced personnel to more complex areas of the audit, that we incorporate an element of unpredictability in the audit process, that we consider how management select and apply accounting principles. We test journal entries prepared by management, review any accounting estimates prepared by management, evaluate business rationale for any unusual transactions, and also evaluate fraud inquiries that we perform with city staff. Another area of risk is improper revenue recognition. Auditing standards do require us to consider this area to be an area of a higher risk. So we rely heavily on confirmations with third parties. We send confirmations to the county, to the state, to granting agencies, and to others, asking them to confirm amounts submitted to the city, and we reconcile those to the city's accounting records. Regarding the proprietary funds, the enterprise funds, we do a lot of ratio analysis. We do testing of revenues and a variety of other procedures to get comfortable with the revenue amounts. And then finally, estimates. are areas of a higher risk as well due to the degree of uncertainty involved. So just wanted to bring to your attention some of the numbers estimated in your financials from the fair value of your investments, the useful life of your capital assets, the actuarial assumptions that goes into measuring the pension liability, the OPEB liability, and also the claims liabilities. Moving on to the auditor's report and financial statements. So we have issued our audit report, and the audit report state the standards that we followed, and those are the generally accepted auditing standards and also government auditing standards. We have issued an unmodified opinion. In simple terms, that means a clean opinion. An unmodified opinion in details means that we believe that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, that all significant accounting policies have been consistently applied, that all estimates are reasonable, and that all disclosures are properly reflected in the financial statements. We have also disclaimed an opinion on the Richmond Housing Authority and also the Richmond entities, Richmond Housing Corporation, Richmond RED, and the Richmond property, the RHA properties. Those audits are ongoing. We are currently wrapping up the 2021 audit, but obviously for the 2025, that information was not readily available, and we have disclaimed the opinion on it. To summarize for you some of the numbers in the financial statements, on this slide is a summary of the city's assets over the last 3 years. I would say that the numbers are fairly consistent. There are increases in cash and investments and also in capital assets, and that's the results of the operations and the city's ongoing projects. But otherwise, numbers are fairly consistent year over year. Liabilities, similar situation. On this slide, the summary of the city's liabilities over the last 3 years. I would say that the only thing that had a slight increase was the compensated absences, which is a liability for vacation and sick leave. And this is the result of implementing a new accounting standard in fiscal year 2025 that led to that increase in this liability. Otherwise, numbers are fairly consistent year over year. On the following slide, here is a summary of the city's net position or city's equity. This is strictly the assets minus liabilities. And I want to just bring to your attention that the equity is divided into 3 main categories. The first one, net investment in capital assets. This is not really in a spendable form. This is how much the city invested in streets and roads and buildings and other assets. Then you have restricted amounts, and those have outside legal restriction. It can be granting agencies or gas tax, unspent gas tax, or bond money or other restricted resources. And then finally, the unrestricted amount are the amounts under the council control, and this is currently a deficit $300 million. Obviously, the main reason for that is the pension liabilities, the OPEB liabilities. They are long-term liabilities that are on the balance sheet and causing that deficit. On this slide here, we compare what we call the net cost of service to tax revenues. The net cost of service is the cost of running all city departments minus any revenues that those departments bring in on their own, whether those are revenues charged to users for service or grants that offset the program cost. The idea is to see whether tax revenues are sufficient to cover that net cost of service. As you can probably see, over the last 3 years, tax revenues were significantly above the net cost of service. So that's definitely a good indicator. The net cost of service can fluctuate. Some years you can have grants that offset the net cost of service, and the second year the grants is gone, so you see the cost of service going up. And that's what happened in 2023. Also, the pension expense have contributed to a low cost of service in 2023. But the tax revenues are been consistently increasing year over year. If we were to just focus on the general fund, on this slide here, we look at the unrestricted portion of the general fund balance, and we compare it to annual expenditures. The idea is to see if all revenue sources stop coming in, how long can the city continue to pay bills using existing fund balance? And we've determined that the city can probably do that for about 4 months. This is fairly consistent year over year. I do want to clarify that this year there was a big increase in expenditure, but a big part of it is our leased equipment. The city got into over 20 million plus in new leases, and those are reflected in the expenditures here. So that's one of the reasons why those expenditures are higher. If we just focus on pension liability, which is really the city's largest liability, I wanted to bring to your attention that the pension liability is an estimated number. And one of the most significant assumptions in developing that estimate is the discount rate. Accounting standards do require us to disclose to you what the liability would look like if that discount rate is either increased or decreased by 1%. So currently, the city's liability for all pension plans are about $356 million. And this number can fluctuate between 220 to 520 million, depending on the discount rate. Similar to pension, also OPEB, the other post-employment benefits or retiree medical benefits, is an estimated number, also dependent on the discount rate. So this slide is also demonstrating to you what the number would look like with a 1% increase or decrease. The next part of my presentation is the required communications as your independent auditor. On this slide here is a summary of the responsibilities, the audit firm versus city management. Our responsibility is to provide an opinion on the city's financial statements, whether it's fairly stated or not, to evaluate internal control over financial reporting, including the tone at the top, making sure that management is sending the right message to the organization about the importance of controls, the importance of addressing audit findings, consequences of committing fraud, and so on. Evaluate compliance with laws and regulations, ensure that the city's financials are clear and transparent, and then finally communicate with the governing body. Management have many responsibilities in this process, so management has to take responsibility for the financial statements. Our audit does not relieve management from this responsibility. Management is responsible to establish and maintain internal control over financial reporting, make all financial records available to us during the audit process, establish internal control that will prevent and detect fraud, inform us of all known and suspected fraud, comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on audit findings. In terms of our independence, it is our responsibility to maintain our independence. We evaluate any additional service that we offer the city to make sure that it does not impair our independence, such as compiling the ACFR on behalf of the city. We have an independent reviewer that reviewed this ACFR to ensure that we maintain our independence, and that allow us to comply with the AICPA and the California Board of Accountancy independence rules. As far as timing of the audit, the audit was not performed timely this year, even though I would say that the audit was substantially complete timely, but there were last-minute adjustments that the city wanted to record, and that has caused us to just hold off on issuing the final report for a little bit. But I would say that the audit was, for the most part, complete timely, and it was just something that came up in the last minute that we needed to record those adjustments. But the city was prepared timely, and the audit, for the most part, was performed timely. Significant accounting policies and unusual transactions. So there were no unusual transactions, but there were 2 new accounting standards that the city implemented this year. I mentioned one of them earlier regarding the vacation and sick leave, and that there was another disclosure standard, GASB 102, that the city also complied with during the fiscal year. In terms of difficulties encountered in performing the audit, we encountered no difficulties. The city was cooperative, provided us with good documentation, was responsive to our requests, and as I mentioned earlier, was prepared for the audit when the audit was scheduled to start. Significant audit adjustment and unadjusted differences. So this normally occur when we have found errors in the numbers presented to us by the city. That's not unusual. There were some adjustments and reclassifying entries, and management has agreed and posted those adjustments. as far as deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting, so we identified no material weaknesses in internal controls this year. So we may have had some housekeeping items that were communicated to management, but nothing that will be significant enough to be brought to your attention. And then finally, just a summary of the new accounting standards coming your way. There are always new standards. In 2026, there are a couple of new standards. One of them is significant. GASB 103, the financial reporting model, is going to have some significant changes to the ACFR and how it's laid out and the content of it. The other two are disclosure standards. And then for the first time in many years, it looks like 2028 may be a year with no new standards to implement. That hasn't been the case in many years. Hopefully it stays like that. But with that, I want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have public comment?
We have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker's Cordell Handler.
Well, so good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I am a Richmond resident, so I do want to thank Mr. Badawi for that presentation. So I don't have no problem with it. So I think it's outlined it right there. So I ask you, Mayor Martinez, and the council to receive the report as presented.
There are no other public speakers.
All right, public comment is closed. Now it's time for questions. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Some quick questions. First of all, I'm very glad that you have a good experience with our city administration. We think they're awesome. I'm happy you second that in your experience with them, auditing. Some quick questions. So you mentioned grants. Did you look at all the grants received, performances, any of them returned by the city?
Well, we don't look at every grant. The city is subject to the single audit, which is the audit of the federal grants. And those, the city may have 10, 15 grants, but they're not all going to get audited. There are rotations that the feds dictate for us, and we audit those grants as per the rotation. This audit is actually ongoing right now, the compliance audit of the federal grants, and we expect it to be issued this month. But so far, nothing has come up.
Okay, you're doing that audit as well.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I have a quick question about page 18. I don't get what that page is trying to convey. Are these three portions related to each other or unrelated? What are we looking at? Net position.
So the net position is the city's equity. And we are just slicing that equity into three categories that makes up the total equity.
Yeah, I don't understand the negative equity especially.
Yeah, so basically, equity is the city's assets minus liabilities. So you can look at it the same way you would look at your personal finances. You would look at your assets, your home, your mortgage as your liability. The net investment in capital assets would be the equity in your home minus the mortgage. The restricted amounts are restricted assets minus liabilities to be paid out of those restricted assets. And then the remaining amounts are the unrestricted assets minus the unrestricted liabilities. This amount is negative because the city have unrestricted liabilities like pension and OPEB that adds up to almost $400 million. The city does not currently have assets to offset all of those liabilities.
Got it. Thank you. And quick question about page 21. I understand that under 2025, 1% decrease or increase could fluctuate a lot.
Yep.
Why do you consider it for 2023 and 2024? It's in the past.
Oh, I was just providing like how the numbers are changing year over year. So
And if I may, because then the council can see, like, from a historical perspective, if things wouldn't have gone according to plan, if they would have gone better or worse, then how things could vary so significantly. So it helps us when we're developing our 5-year financials. So this is just a way to look at that differently.
I appreciate that. Thank you, I'm done.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad to hear the good work relationship that you have with the city staff. Just wondering around negative fund balance, and if you find something that is like worrisome, like you mentioned that, but like, I just wanted you to talk a little bit more about that.
Well, the city have a few negative fund balances that have, or funds that have negative fund balance. The majority of them are grant-funded funds, and that's pretty typical we see, because what normally happens is that the city would incur the expenditure and then will file for reimbursement. However, if those reimbursements are not collected within 60 days from the end of the fiscal year, then the city cannot recognize the revenue, and that creates a deficit in the fund balance. However, for most of those funds, if you look at their balance sheet, you're going to see an amount called basically unavailable revenue. And once that revenue becomes available, meaning like collected, then that will reverse that deficit in those funds.
And we have the plan to, like, are we making sure that we will collect these after the 60 days?
I mean, most of those funds have already been billed. It's just that the collection didn't happen by August 31st, which is the cutoff for recognizing revenues for the city.
If I may, Councilmember Jimenez, usually where we have a lot of negative fund balances is in our departments that are heavily grant funded, as Badawi stated. So, for example, one of the reasons why Mr. Arredondo, who's a project manager, has been short time assigned to transportation to work with Deputy City Manager White and to work with Daniel and engineering staff is because we had some programmatic concerns, right, that came up. They're holding back funds. We're basically on an improvement plan from historical things that happened prior to us, me being in city manager and so forth. So there's issues in the transportation. A lot of times our engineering grants, those that we've been doing, the staff has been doing a lot of catch up. But overall, when I have our monthly finance meetings, I really do appreciate that unilaterally across the city and every department, we have over 200 our grants are several $100 million right now. Last time I checked, we had about 160 grants. And so staff is really doing a remarkable job staying on top of things. But from time to time, things do slip, especially when there's staff transitions. And so we'll be coming back with an item to update the city's policies and procedures citywide to try to put some additional measures in place beyond financial, also at the programmatic level to create new norms.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And I see the really great numbers, and I want to thank both of you for giving us a presentation and putting this together, but also acknowledging our finance team, our city manager, and others. On page 17, it's great to being able to see the liabilities and the different inflows of resources. And if I'm reading this correctly here, one thing that has always been in everyone's minds or people that I've talked to is the OPEB liability, for an example, and I see that continuously going down. Mm-hmm. So that is a big kudos for everyone involved helping us to decrease that. The OPEB liability, other post-employment benefits, it's a big liability that's been holding Richmond down for many, many years. That, along with the item right next to it, the pension liability, also seeing that continuously going down. So it's a really great trend. So whatever you are all doing, Ms. Curl, continue doing it, because this is going to make Richmond be even better. The less liability of these two that we have, the more freedom we're going to end up having at the end of the day. So I want to just acknowledge that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then I want to make sure that I'm understanding slide 19, our tax revenues are increasing, which is great. Nobody likes paying more taxes. but I like spending people's taxes. So keep it going, because the more taxes we have, the more we can hopefully being able to invest. And I think the last item, we just invested more money. So let's make sure that people can see that their taxes are being used properly. But again, this is great to being able to see that we're collecting more tax revenue. I know that it's probably to do with a lot of other measures that we've had, like Measure U and others. So thank you for that as well. And that is it for my accolades. I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledge the great numbers. I know you just went over them, but making sure that people understand what those really mean at the end of the day for Richmond. It's become more freedom when we have less liability, and we have more access to hopefully being able to fix our crumbling infrastructure when we have more tax revenue. And then with that, if I can just ask whenever anyone has a chance, Ms. Christian, whoever might be, if we can get an updated presentation on the website. It's currently as the draft presentation on the website. And it looks, at least when I open it up, some of the numbers are squished. So it looks like it's a different variation. But other than that, thank you so much for the great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other speakers? If not, I also want to thank you for the audit. You confirmed what I see, and that's always a wonderful thing, especially when our city manager has done a great job of guiding us towards solvency and security. So once again, the report has been received and much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor, I'll make a motion to accept, receive the report, the item as is.
I second the motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Zepeda, second by Councilmember Wilson to accept the report. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Sí.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Our next item under new business is item W1. And that is to receive a presentation, approve a transitional contract amendment, and provide direction to staff regarding the Flock CCTV system, Flock drone as a first responder program, and Flock automated license plate reader system. We have, let's see, 34 in-person speakers. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Timothy Simmons, City of Richmond Police Chief. And for your reference, I also have with me a member of Flock's managerial team, Mr. Max Weinstein, and he's sitting behind me. He'll be available for any of the question and answer period that comes around. Before I get started in my presentation this evening, I just wanted to have a moment to express a word from my heart here. So before I begin my formal remarks on this item, I want to speak briefly from my heart, not just as your police chief, but also as a member of this community and somebody who has family that lives in this community, immigrant family who lives in this community. My highest priorities have always been clear: protecting the safety of our residents, improving the quality of life in our neighborhoods, and ensuring that everyone who lives and visits Richmond can do so safely and confidently. Public safety is not just about responding to crime. It is about creating an environment where families feel secure, businesses can thrive, and community can gather without fear. I also want to acknowledge something that is important at the outset. I understand that Flock safety and the technology that they manufacture can be polarizing and controversial. Conversations about surveillance, privacy, and government authority are deeply personal, and at times they're emotional. Those concerns are real, and they deserve respect. And as a police chief in this city, I take them very seriously. I firmly believe that there is a path forward where we can protect our residents from physical harm while also safeguarding their privacy and guarding against emotional harm and mistrust. Public safety and civil liberties are not mutually exclusive ideas. In fact, they must coexist. if we are to maintain the trust that is foundational for effective policing. I'm confident that this commitment to both safety and constitutional protections is something the City Council and the Police Department share. As we move through this item tonight, my goal is to ensure that we approach this thoughtfully, transparently, and in a way that reflects our shared values and our community spirit. So with that, if I could have KCRT please put up the presentation. So flock safety. The requested action tonight is going to be to receive a presentation, approve a transitional contract amendment, and provide direction to staff regarding the flock safety system. The flock drone as a first responder program, otherwise known as DFR, and the flock automated license plate reader system, otherwise known as ALPR. Next slide, please. What is the financial impact? There is no additional financial impact on this option or either of the options mentioned in the staff report. We currently have encumbered funds in the contract. We have not expended all the encumbered funds, so this is a request to extend time, not add additional funds into the contract from the original approved contract. Why is the contract amendment needed? Next slide, please. So like I stated, there's $575,000 remaining in the contract balance. Currently, there are $122,300 encumbered, and those are pending invoices, meaning we still need to pay those. Left to pay out of that is $19,000 for the port, $16,000 for Civic Center, $78,000 for the police department, and then a $300,000 payment for DFR due in November if we were to continue the program. $54,800 for public works and abatement. And then additional continued maintenance and support for flock CCTV and DFR if we were, again, to continue the program. And this amendment would also, the council has an option to either authorize the turning on of the flock ALPR system, or choose an option where they can leave it turned off. Next slide, please. So what is flock? Flock Safety is an American public safety technology company that designs, manufactures, and operates camera systems, hardware, and software, most notably automated license plate readers, otherwise known as the ALPR, closed-circuit TV cameras, otherwise known as the CCTV, and autonomous drone systems known as the Drone as a First Responder, DFR, and other safety tools used by law enforcement agencies, neighborhoods, and private businesses. But for our purposes tonight, we're only going to be talking about the ALPR, automated license plate, the closed caption television, CCTV, and the DFR. Those are the only three buckets of technology that we have in our contract with Flock. Next slide, please. So what is an automated license plate reader, ALPR? That is a photo of what it looks like in the presentation. Flock ALPR cameras, they use computer vision and machine learning to automatically capture a still photo of a vehicle license plate and related vehicle characteristics such as a make, a model, a color, or other distinguishing features of that car. Then provides real-time alerts in a searchable database to help law enforcement and security partners investigate, deter, and solve crime. And in this case, with a closed network, it would just be the Richmond Police Department. What information is captured with Flock ALP's car? Next slide, please. What information is captured with a Flock ALPR camera? Vehicle license plate numbers and vehicle colors, descriptions, and unique identifiers. The photos in this slide depict an image of what's taken in a Flock camera. That's essentially what it looks like from the photo from behind. And the photo from front would be the same if it was a front license plate, and there would be no imagery at all of anybody inside the car or any photos taken of occupants of the vehicle. Next slide, please. What information is not captured with Flock ALPR system? It does not capture any personal identifying information such as race, gender, etc. It does not capture facial information, i.e. facial recognition, is not part of the program. It does not capture audio, and it does not capture video. Again, it is a still photo of a vehicle, its description, and its license plate. Next slide, please. So where is the Flock ALPR data stored? It's cloud-based storage with encryption. All data is encrypted throughout its life cycle from capture to transmission to cloud storage. It's hosted on an Amazon web server, otherwise known as the AWS. Flock specifically uses the AWS or the Amazon Web Services cloud infrastructure, including AWS Cloud Gov, for data classified under all criminal justice information service standards. This type of cloud storage is designed for government compliance and security, and there are many state government agencies that rely on this storage for their secure data. Customer ownership and access. The data is owned and controlled by the local customer. In this case, it would be the city of Richmond, such as the police department or municipality that contracts with Flock. Those customers determine who can access their data and how long it is stored and whether it is shared in accordance with their policy and law. Next slide, please. How long is Flock data retained? Richmond PD Policy Section 433 mandates that Flock data be purged every 30 days unless one of the following three conditions is met. One, the believed data will become evidence in a criminal civil action, in which case that data is stored and it's connected to an actual criminal investigation and booked into evidence, that single photo. Two, it's subject to lawful discovery, meaning someone in the city, an attorney in the city attorney's office said we have to disclose this particular photo for some reason. Or three, it's subject to a lawful mandate to produce records by a judge. In those cases, we would preserve those records to produce them according to the court mandate. Next slide, please. Who has access to Richmond's Flock ALPR system? 4 buckets of people: sworn personnel, dispatchers, our crime analysis, and then the same for those that work at El Cerrito PD. And why El Cerrito PD, you might ask? We have a current MOU, a long-standing MOU with the city of El Cerrito, where we provide dispatch services, record management, and computer automated dispatch servicing with them. So it's best to think about El Cerrito and Richmond as sort of one entity in this case. And they're required to abide by the same policies, the same regulations that the city of Richmond is held to. Next slide, please. So I want to move and talk about transparency. This is a screenshot of the most recent transparency portal of Richmond PD through the Flock system. And I know it's sort of a small photo. Hopefully you can see it, but I just wanted to highlight, if you look on the right-hand side, 3rd row from the bottom, vehicles detected in the last 30 days says 0, and I'm going to get to that in a moment. I just wanted to show you that it has, I had indeed turned these cameras off, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but that is the, this is what the portal looks like for transparency, where it discusses the, what's detected, what the policies are around it, how many plates have been, photos have been taken of, and then how many searches have been conducted, and what our access policy and what our hot list policy is. Next slide, please. Continuing in transparency, this is also what our Richmond PD transparency website looks like, hosted on the city's website. We have a host of transparency portals that community can go to see what's going on in the police department, and one of those is Flock Safety Automated License Plate Readers. Within this transparency portal, residents can look at what the police department's policy is on ALPR technology. They can access the Flock transparency portal from this page, and we post monthly Flock statistics that show how many plates have been scanned, what type of cases have been utilized for Flock, and how has the department leveraged that technology. It's posted monthly, starting from 2023, April of 23, up to, I believe it's October of 25. Next slide, please. Continuing with transparency, these are some of my recommended updates that, should the council choose to move forward, my mandate would be that we would report, that I would report all Flock monthly audits to the CPRC. Currently, the Community Police Review Commission is one body that exists to help hold the police department accountable. And my position is this would be a venue that I think would be appropriate to have audit reports go to the governing body, the oversight body of the CPRC, so they can have access to see on a monthly basis the audits of any ALPR system, whether it's Flock or any system that we can audit to show how the department has been using that technology. The second thing I would recommend is that we would procure a third-party auditor that would conduct an audit of the technology that would report directly to the city council on an annual basis, so that the council has an opportunity to hear from a third-party auditor, how was the technology used? Was it in compliance with policy, department policy and city policy and state law? Next slide, please. So here is some realities of how Flock has assisted the police department. This is a statistical slide that shows from the implementation of our Flock deployment in April of 2023, we averaged somewhere in the neighborhood, this is specifically looking at stolen vehicles. If you look at the bar graph down below it, it's specifically looking at individuals that we've taken into custody that were driving stolen vehicles in our city. So starting in quarter two of 2023, there were 32 individuals taken into custody driving stolen vehicles. The next quarter, there was 43, then 36, and so on. And you can see the trend. And then the moment I turned the Flock cameras off, November of 25, day one of November 25, since then, in quarter four of 25 and in the first quarter of 26, we've had 8 and 5 respectively. So in addition, what that translates to is approximately a 30% increase in stolen vehicles since November of 25 in our community. So one thing we know about people who steal cars is they usually don't steal one. It's usually one individual or a couple of individuals that are responsible for multiple stolen cars. So when we're able to take an individual into custody driving a stolen car, we're not just addressing that one issue. Usually we're taking them off the street and it's keeping them from stealing multiple cars, which is what accounts for the dramatic change in arrests for stolen vehicles associated with the increase in stolen vehicles in our community. And then right above that is just sort of some overall statistics of 2025. Help with the Flock system has directly resulted in 77 felony arrests, 11 stolen license plates recovered, 61 vehicles recovered. And what's significant about that is these are cars we've been able to recover before they were parted out and dismantled, and we were able to get these cars back to the rightful owner in 2025 from January 1 to November 19. And then a total of 319 felony cases assisted with the use of Flock technology, ALPR technology. Next slide, please. Continuing on with the statistics, these are this, if you look at 25, it's the same. These are the same crime categories. I just wanted to show you sort of the trend from 23 when we implemented in April of 23 to where we currently were, to show you sort of the trend. At the peak in 24 is when we saw the most effective use of Flock, and then it got cut a little bit early because I turned the cameras off before the conclusion of 2025. Next slide, please. So what are, if you ask what are some of the crime offenses associated with some of the arrests that I mentioned before, this is a list of what those were. We utilized the Flock evidence to resolve some attempt murders, hit and runs resulting in death, robberies, exhibitions of firearms, stalking, carjacking with use of a firearm, DUIs, assault with a deadly weapon, not a firearm, possession and purchase of cocaine base for sale, shooting at an inhabited dwelling, embezzling leased or rented vehicles, vehicle theft, elder abuse, possession of stolen vehicles, embezzlement, evading by driving opposite direction in traffic, and then inflicting corporal injury on a spouse or felony domestic violence. As of November 17th of 25, for the year from January to November, there were 110,000 stolen plates. I include this for council to see, just so you understand These are cars driving around our city that have stolen plates. There's a variety of reasons why somebody might put a stolen plate on their car, but one that we often see is they're masking that vehicle. That vehicle is going to be used in the commission of some other crime, and they put a stolen plate on there so that when an officer or anybody that takes a photo of that car, it can't come back to whoever actually owns that car. It comes back to another location, and it kind of throws the investigation off. Stolen vehicles, there was 1,723 stolen vehicles that hit on the system in that time frame, and then 251 felony vehicles. Those were cars who entered the flock system with a felony want on them, whether they were crimes committed in Richmond or whether they were crimes committed in other jurisdictions, and they ended up in Richmond. And a total of 184,930 hot list reads. So these were cars that came through our city that had investigations associated with the vehicle, not people, the vehicle. Next slide, please. This is our current caseload. So as of November, when November 1, when the cameras shut down, when I turned them off, I've asked our investigations crime analysts to keep track of how many cases have we had since then where the issuance of, or the evidence and the leads that flock cameras provide us, or the ALPR technology provides us, would it have assisted investigators and response to particular cases. So we've had 48 since November. 2 of those were homicides, 8 of those were shootings. I don't know if you recall, we had a rash of shootings in December. We had vehicle descriptions on almost all of those shootings, but was very difficult to track down where they were going and where they went from there. And a total of 15 different crime types that were involved in those 48 cases, and you can see the list of what those crime types are below. There is a case that I want to make the council aware of that is occurring even tonight, because it shocks my own conscience, and I think that it would be relevant for the council to know and understand. We've had an investigation going where we were looking for a juvenile human trafficking victim, and we had without getting really into the investigation, because I believe we're still looking for this young lady, her phone was pinging in our city, and she was in a car driving around in our city, but we weren't able, we're driving around looking for her with UC units trying to find where this young lady is, because we know who she's with. And if we had this technology up and running right now, we would know exactly where that car is right now. So that's the reality of what some of this technology brings to the table. This is a case we are actively working. I have people out in the field in our city right now looking for this young lady. Next slide, please. This is a heat map to show you where flock cameras are currently deployed in the greater Bay Area. On the right-hand side, I have listed just in Contra Costa County. These are the cities in Contra Costa County that currently deploy flock technology. I'm not going to read them all. You can see the list of cities. And then if you look across the Bay Area, everywhere you see a circle represents a coverage area, and a city, municipality, or a county. And the color legend is at the bottom there, whether it's our network, which obviously none of them are in our network other than Richmond, because we have a closed network. Nobody else is part of our network. And then you will see blue, it represents these are networks that are not sharing with other people as well. And then green would be networks where those cities have reached out to other municipalities to provide them open access. Richmond is yellow because we provide nobody access. Next slide, please. What is the status of our ALPR use today? Well, as I've stated a number of times here, in November of 2025, the Chief of Police, myself, I became aware that a previously enabled feature that was known as the National Lookup feature in the flock operating system that runs in the background created a two-way reciprocal lookup capability. And what that means is the National Lookup feature was a feature that allows a municipality that has a flock database camera system to query a complete and full license plate in the flock database, and then it runs a search to see if that license plate had hit any other flock camera within their network that they have across the country. It does not mean that information was accessed. It just means that information was accessible. The moment I found out that was the case, I took immediate action that very day to decide to turn the cameras off. Notified the city manager and I notified the city council. There was no delay, did not wait for an investigation. I did not wait to contact Flock to find out what was going on. I immediately just turned the cameras off. There had been a commitment to our community and a commitment to this council that this information was to be private, and we were a closed network, and this was my first understanding that there might be an issue with that commitment, which is why I chose to turn the cameras off. There's been a lot made about my decision to turn the cameras off, but I want the council to understand that was my reason. If there was a problem, I didn't want the problem to continue, so I addressed it immediately. So what's happened since then? January of 2025, Flock completely removed the national lookup feature from all California ALPR camera systems. It is no longer a feature that can even be accessed in the operating system itself. And I was made aware of this. However, in the spirit of transparency, I've decided to continue to keep the ALPR system off until I've had an opportunity to come sit before this council and have this discussion tonight. Next slide, please. Privacy concerns. It is not lost on me that there are many privacy concerns related to ALPR technology, but specifically tonight we're talking about Flock. Richmond has been in the news as it relates to our Flock system and my decision to turn the Flock cameras off. City of Mountain View has been in the news. Santa Cruz has been in the news. Alameda County, San Jose, Santa Clara County, Secure America. This is not a list that's meant to be exhaustive. It's a list rather I put together to really communicate to this council that I'm aware of the controversies. I've been reading about what's going on. I've been talking to neighboring cities. I am not sitting on one side of this topic trying to advocate for a company. I do not work for Flock. I'm simply here just to report to you what our system is, the status of our system, how we use it, and then provide a recommendation on how to move forward. And I'm sensitive to what the controversies are, and I understand what the issues at hand are. Next slide, please. Flock's response. In compliance with California Senate Bill 34, which is a bill that's been on the books in California since 2015, which prohibits any agency in California from sharing ALPR data with any other agency outside of the state of California, has decided to force all California entities who use the Flock system to be California compliant. Up until January of 25, the reliance for California compliance was placed solely on the municipal district that had the Flock technology, meaning we should have had that search feature turned off. At the time of our training in 2023, it was not clear to us that by having that feature turned on, it created a reciprocal relationship. Our understanding of how that feature worked was we have a closed network, but if we have this feature turned on, we are now going to be able to search open networks because other jurisdictions might not have the same values that the city of Richmond. Well, many other jurisdictions in our country do not share the same values that we share. So we were drastically undertrained, I will say, at the onboarding portion of this technology of what the implications were of that particular feature. Second update that Flock made, they updated the operating system to automatically block all ALPR searches based on specific keyword types, meaning when an officer searches the Flock system, they have to meet two standards. One is they have to have a right to know, meaning they have to be a sworn personnel, a crime analyst, or a dispatcher. And then number two, they have to have a need to know. So the right to know and the need to know. And the need to know is codified in a reason that they have to document inside Flock system as to here's why I'm searching the data. And upon audits of Flock, what will come out is here's the reasons that were put in as to why the data was searched, and that would come out in the Flock audits. So things that Flock has prohibited that will not allow a search to happen, even of our own data, would be if there was anything in there related to immigration, if there was anything in there related to customs and border protection, if there was anything that had to do with Planned Parenthood, because that's also another concern in California about surveillance technology, ALPR technology being used to watch people as they go into, Planned Parenthood type reproductive situations. All of those things are banned from the network right now and will not allow a search to take place. The third update is there's a prohibition in the system that will allow any California agency to establish any sharing relationship outside of California. And then lastly, there's a prohibition on any organization or federal organization from establishing any sharing relationship with a California agency. So whether it's inside California trying to establish out, those relationships cannot be created, or if it's an agency outside California seeking to establish a relationship into California, all of those relationships are prohibited under the new updates as of January of 2025. Next slide, please. So finishing with ALPR, I'm going to transition to the closed circuit television, which is the second bucket in which we utilize and leverage Flock technology, CCTV. Next slide, please. Closed circuit TV. Flock safety CCTV cameras are closed circuit video cameras that are mounted in fixed locations. These cameras are distinct from Flock's automated license plate reader cameras, and they provide continuous video surveillance intended to help law enforcement monitor and protect city assets and public safety in public spaces. So these cameras, next slide please, these cameras are used to replace our aging CCTV system that we've had in the city for decades, and they monitor public roadways and they monitor City of Richmond assets. Closed circuit TV. They do not participate in the ALPR sharing network, so it's not a sharing network. CCTV video is not shareable. It's not part. There's no relationships that can be created. It's just City of Richmond continuous closed network for our own purposes. They do not automatically share video footage with other agencies, like I just expressed. It's restricted video data to the owning agency unless manually exported. So somebody would have to physically download a video and export that video into another location in order for it to leave its database. And then lastly, there is no reciprocal or automated sharing mechanism for CCTV data, which I think I've made that clear. Next slide, please. How long is CCTV video stored? Richmond PD policy mandates that Flock CCTV data be purged every 30 days, just like the ALPR data, unless the same conditions are met as the ALPR data. Number one, it's believed the data will become evidence in a criminal or civil action, then it's stored into evidence. Number two, it's subject to lawful discovery, or number three, subject to lawful mandate to produce records, in which case we would comply with the court orders. Next slide, please. And this is the last bucket of technology that we've currently used under the Flock contract, and that's called Drone as a First Responder, or the DFR. And that is a picture of actually what it looks like right there. Next slide, please. What is Drone as a First Responder? Flock Safety's Drone as a First Responder program is a public safety tool that uses autonomous or quickly deployed drones to support law enforcement with rapid aerial situational awareness during active or critical incidents. Drone as a First Responder is a tool that puts eyes in the sky quickly to give RPD crucial information early in critical incidents, enhancing safety and effectiveness without immediately committing ground resources. Oftentimes, when we have a pilot available to fly the drone as a first responder, we have eyes on the situation before an officer even gets there, and that informs the officer's decisions as they're approaching the scene. It's immediate aerial response. It's live aerial video feed, meaning we're getting real-time feedback, supports decision-making and officer safety. We can plan and prepare tactically on how to respond to something before we get there, and it documents police activity. It's recorded and it's part of a permanent record if we need to use it, unless it is purged after 30 days. Next slide, please. This is also some of the benefits of the DFR. It mitigates the reliance on outside law enforcement helicopters. I have been in this city for 17 years, and countless times, as a beat officer, as a supervisor, as a captain, a manager, and now as a chief, hearing community who do not like the fact that law enforcement helicopters will circle over our city. And there's a variety of reasons why they do that. Number one, there's noise pollution that we can get rid of by not having a helicopter up there. And two, a quality of life, the stigma of people seeing a law enforcement helicopter constantly overhead makes people feel a certain way. And I understand that. It makes people feel like what's going on and what's happening and why is this helicopter always over our head? So it improves the visual quality of life for residents and visitors, reduces noise pollution, and reduces our need to rely on the sheriff's department for their helicopter. Because there are times when we need to record aerial view of a collision scene. We need aerial view of a crime scene. We're looking for pieces of evidence and we need to see it from an aerial perspective. Rather than getting the helicopter up for all those things, we're able to, within our own city, manage those things with a tool that people don't even notice is even up there. Next slide, please. Also, DFR contains a standard high-definition camera, contains a FLIR camera, and these are some photos of what, like the high-definition camera, what a FLIR camera does. FLIR cameras allow you to see heat at nighttime, so if you're looking for somebody or somebody that's lost, you can see them, somebody's hiding. Rather than sending officers into a backyard, we can see that they're there. We can call them out to us rather than going in and risking a use of force confrontation. It supports evacuation efforts. We're able to get eyes into locations where we need to evacuate residents and understand where they're at and where we need to deploy people to respond quicker, and it supports search and rescue efforts. Next slide, please. So why is this contract amendment needed? Number one, we need to pay for services that have not yet been invoiced. So we need to clear our current invoices. Number two, we need to continue providing the City of Richmond with tools to protect city assets. And number three, we need to continue providing the Richmond Police Department with tools to solve, combat, and deter crime. Next slide, please. So, like I mentioned, I turned the cameras, the ALPR cameras off, and this is a key contract amendment I wanted to make sure the council was aware of. I spent a significant amount of time talking with Flock executives all the way up to garnering the attention of the chief executive officer of the company. Sat down and had a conversation with him, expressed some of the frustration that I've had with what led to the reason why I turned the Flock cameras off in the beginning, learned firsthand some of the improvements that were made to the system as of January 2025 and how they switched gears. As a result of some of those negotiations with the Flock executives, they agreed on their own to give the City of Richmond a key contract amendment that is not something that is part of what they offer most jurisdictions. I'm not aware of how many other jurisdictions have this. I know there's not many, if there are any others. And this is the thing I would like council to pay note to. It's on the highlighted section of this contract amendment, and I just want to read it for a moment. It says, in the event Flock causes an unauthorized sharing of information, Flock shall pay to the customer, which is the City of Richmond, as a penalty, the sum of $290,000 per violation. For purposes of this section, a violation means a single discrete act or incident of unauthorized disclosure or access resulting from Flock's conduct, irrespective of the volume or number of records, cameras, or data elements involved in that same act or incident. In other words, what we've been able to bring to the table, if the council so desires to consider, would be a made whole element where the council can levy a fine through the city attorney's office should there be a breach of data, a breach of this contract. There's a direct remedial option where we can levy a fine against Flock per incident up to $290,000. Next slide, please. So if we choose tonight to discontinue the Flock safety contract, that would mean we would be working with Flock to remove the installed ALPR cameras, to remove the installed CCT cameras, and to remove the DFR equipment. That is not something that would happen overnight. That is something that would take some time to coordinate. It would take some time to get Flock in to remove those, but that would be the ultimate resolution to that decision. Next slide, please. So next steps, this is what I'm proposing as next steps. Approve a contract amendment through the end of this year. Why the end of this year? It will give the council an opportunity to, I'm not asking that this contract be extended 2, 3, 4 years. I'm saying to the end of this year. Give the council an opportunity to reflect back at the end of the year, bring the item back to see, has Flock held up to their end of the bargain? Has Richmond PD held up their end of the bargain? Have there been any other allegations of anything? And to make a determination whether or not we need to go in a different direction. A next step would be to choose tonight to turn the Flock ALPR cameras back on, to continue to engage with community regarding technology concerns, to begin reporting Flock safety audits directly to the CPRC, to return to the City Council in December to reevaluate the Flock safety contract, which is something I just mentioned, and then also to evaluate and analyze the current RFP and prepare for future council actions. So there is a current RFP I've submitted that's out there. So should the council decide they want to go in a different direction, I want to be prepared to have other options to bring back to this council for consideration. So that RFP is out. I expect it to be back by the end of this month, and then we would start the analyzation and the looking at all the proposals immediately after that. Next slide, please. My recommendation is option A per the staff report, to receive this presentation, approve a transitional contract amendment, and provide direction to staff regarding the Flock CCT system, Flock Journals First Responder Program, and Flock Automated License Plate Reader ALPR system. And council, that concludes my presentation, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin questions, I'd like to have public comment. So public comment is open. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, we have a total of 33 in-person speakers, and we have a total of 21 online speakers. As I call your name, please come forward, line up behind the speaker's podium closest to the wall so that you're not blocking the aisles. Speakers are Kathy Crosby, Ahmad Anderson, Philip Rosenthal, Don Gosney, Claudia Citron, Edward Twan, Ben Terrio, Oscar Garcia, and Jamin Purcell. That's the first group. Kathy Crosby. Press the button. Press the button.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor or Ms. Clerk, could you clarify? We have more than 30 speakers. Would it be reduced to 1 minute?
We have 34, and then we have 21 online.
Yeah,
So that's up to the council.
Let's take a vote as to whether or not we want one.
Because we have other items.
Is there a motion to limit it to 1 minute?
I'll make a motion to limit public comment to 1 minute, given that we have 54 speakers.
I seconded.
Okay.
Can we have a quick discussion? I just want to clarify. So per our council rules, if we have speakers over 25 speakers, it automatically goes to 1 minute. But outside of the public comment sections, at the very beginning of the agenda, outside of that, we do have to take a vote to limit it from 2 minutes to 1. So this will be our decision to limit it. Just want to clarify that. That's our council rules.
I think that rule applies to open forum.
Yeah, the 1 minute applies to open forum, public comment for open forum.
Okay, so this is a vote to reduce public comment time from 2 minutes to 1 minute. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
No.
Mayor Martinez?
No.
The motion fails with council members Brown, Bonner, and Vice Mayor Robinson voting yes. So you'll have 2 minutes. Press the button. Press the button, please.
Hi, my name is Kathy. I live in Richmond, and I want to voice my support for our police department and for option A. I ask you to do real complex work with our police department that goes beyond slogans, profanity, cute signs, and online bickering to ensure the integrity of the data the system captures and the appropriate use to reduce crime. Boundaries and guardrails, transparency and accountability. What reporting and metrics do we need to determine this is a good investment and a wise use of funds? If you believe Flock will be used primarily for harm, should we also reject and dismantle the Richmond-Santerfeld toll plaza cameras? If you say the difference is the agency in charge or the oversight of that data, you are telling me that you believe our city is not capable of using technology for efficiency and for safety. This would make me question what else we are not capable of doing under your leadership. When you narrowly characterize the Flock cameras and similar technology as being used primarily for malintent, you perpetuate fear and misunderstanding in your own citizens. Good leaders do not use fear to lead. Lead by demonstrating that the city of Richmond can do hard things, be an excellent and informed steward of this system. Give the police the tools they need, hold them to very high standards of transparency and excellence. Be clear-eyed in the complexity of this technology. The cops are dealing with things that didn't exist 20 and 30 years ago. They need a lever, and we can provide it to them, and we can expect them to be good stewards if we partner with them versus turning our backs on them. The only cities that don't need police are imaginary, theoretical, make-believe cities. And me and the people here who live in Richmond live in a real, complex, beautiful city, and we'd like to have you all join us in reality and deal with some of the things that the cameras can leverage. Thank you.
Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and community. My name is Ahmad Anderson. I'm in favor of item W1 in support of the police and the staff recommendation. Option A, the reduction of violence in Richmond is not only a moral and community imperative, it is a critical first step in creating the kind of stable, thriving environment needed for sustainable economic and workforce development. When communities feel safe, businesses invest, jobs grow, families gain opportunity and stability. Public safety is the foundation that allows everything else, such as education, housing, neighborhood revitalization, to flourish. Earlier, we've heard about revitalization of neighborhoods, potholes, investments, revenue. Well, safety is the starter. That is why I want to begin by recognizing the police department, despite operating with significant fewer officers than authorized, still coming here every day, stepping up and stepping in to protect and serve all of us in all zip codes. My thought for you is, what do we do if you don't move forward? What does it look like based upon statistics? Don't believe him or your lying eyes, read the data. Leadership's not based upon the seat that you're sitting in. It is about taking care of those in your charge. Thank you.
Philip Rosenthal.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Chief, for actually debunking almost every myth we're about to hear from the talking parts of some of the people in this room. My name is Philip Rosenthal, and I live in Point Richmond, where my family of color, not the right color for some of you, definitely the right color for others of you, has lived here and paid taxes for 67 years. from the time when Point Richmond was a haven of drugs and prostitution, and all of the bars were biker bars. I've been talking a lot. My family could never have reimagined that we would have fewer police now than ever in the history of the city since it became industrialized. They could never have reimagined that we would have approximately half the number of police officers we had when Chief Magnus created an internationally recognized community policing force where people didn't treat the police officers as if they were criminals. They assumed they were there to help, and we didn't assume that everybody was a criminal. My family could never have reimagined that there would be nearly 4,000 instances of dumping in our city every single year, costing taxpayers of millions of dollars. Nobody in my family could have reimagined that I need to clean the plunge park every single morning because of dumping. And we couldn't have reimagined that we would have council members that would fight against the police. The flock system is much better, and I believe the chief, because I trust some people. But it is not perfect. Also not perfect is the police department. Although some of you would like to eliminate it, we're not going to just because it's not perfect. And least of all, what is not perfect is council members who have million or multi-million dollar nonprofits that feed in.
Your
But
time
we're
has
not going
expired.
to eliminate them either.
Our next speaker is Don Gosney, followed by Claudia Citron.
Good evening. Let me preface my comments by saying loudly and clearly, I do not support ICE, and I am no fan of that orange-haired guy and his ditto heads. Every Friday night, I actually email the White House to let them know how disappointed I am in everything they say and do. There's no world where I would support sharing even the time of day with ICE. But as for the flock cameras, they provide a valuable service for our community. With any project, you need to perform a cost-benefit analysis. In this case, how much benefit does this community derive as compared to the risk that Flock might share information you don't want shared? Doesn't state law forbid the sharing of this information? Yeah, it does. We heard that. Okay, there is, however, the risk that when info is shared with other police departments in Trumpland and East County, but that's not limited to Flock-derived data. Anything can happen when you share data. We're better off using this technology. This is the wrong time to cut off your nose to spite your face.
Claudia Citron.
So, Council earlier fought for 50K for homelessness. I just want to say we had, in our neighborhoods, cars are being stolen. These are single-family cars. People can't go to work. If they can't go to work, they can't pay their rent. So what do you want? Do you want more homeless people so you can feed your own nonprofits? Or do you simply want to understand that many of the people who are against it and understand it, the media hyped it up, is not informed about the latest decisions about what Flock can do. I am against surveillance, and I know why, but I am for safety. This young woman, Chief Simmons reported about, she was with the pimp. The pimp took her phone. She tried to get her phone back. She couldn't. He loaded her in a car. He threatened her. It was on my block. We have on our block cars speeding off. We have drug dealers speeding off when they hit someone, when they steal someone's purse. Please listen to Chief Simmons and understand if there's a mistake, you make a lot of money. I yield my time.
Edward.
Hi, I'm Edward Escobar, founder of Coalition for Community Engagement and the Citizens Unite movement. I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban. I've been to Cuba, and I know what socialist extremist failed policies look like. And that's extreme human suffering. Cities destroyed. I'm standing here tonight as a recaller, a significant leader in the successful recall efforts against the Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao and the Alameda County District Attorney Pamela Price. We won by a supermajority. I've been in the middle of many political fights before. I know what it looks like when a community reaches its breaking point, and Richmond is there right now. People in Richmond are living in fear, shootings, carjackings, armed robberies. This is happening in broad daylight, in front of families, in front of kids. Richmond residents are tired of pretending this is normal. It's not. It's chaos, and people are paying for it with their lives. And while the violence keeps escalating, you're still debating whether to use tools that other cities already rely on to stop violent offenders. Automated license plate reader systems aren't experimental. They're not controversial anywhere except places that refuse to face reality. They work. They catch stolen cars. They identify suspects. They help stop repeat shooters. They save lives. Richmond is falling behind because council acts like doing nothing to improve public safety is somehow safer. It's not. Doing nothing is what's killing people. Richmond needs a full citywide network of safety cameras, every district, every hotspot, every corridor where criminals think they can operate without consequences. No half measures, no watered down versions, no endless delays while families are burying their children. This is survival. This is about whether people in Richmond get to live without fear. Let's be honest, the people of this city are fed up. They're demanding action, they're demanding real solutions, they're demanding the same level of protection that other cities already have. Richmond cannot be the destination for crime tourism. Richmond deserves real public safety.
Tuan is our next speaker, followed by Ben Terrio.
I'm an Asian, and I'm an immigrant who came to this country not knowing a word of English. My first job was as a child, working the fields picking tomatoes with other Latinos, que son mis amigos. Y todavía, hasta hoy, estoy en la comunidad de los Latinos. And let me tell you what the immigrant community care about. We care about jobs. We cross the border, a lot of us, whether it's me on a boat or them through Mexico, to find opportunities. And when we're here, we work very hard for very little pay. I care about deportations, but the immigrant community also suffer from crime. If you take away resources, it's the poor immigrant minorities that suffer the most, not the rich people up in the hills. We need safety too. And if you look at the data, look, since 2023 in Richmond, when Flock was implemented solely for public safety, we have taken 274 criminals off the streets. These are violent rapists, murderers, people who assault, domestic violence, off the streets. If you don't stop them, they hurt other people. There's stolen vehicles, 259. They're taken off the streets. They're used to commit other crimes and rob businesses. Each business provides a service for a community. 911 cases of crime solved. Stolen license plates. This is the reality of public safety. Look at the data. How many immigrants have been deported because of this? 0. How many residents in Richmond have been deported this? 0. When you go out and say, elect me, represent me, I'm going to represent you for public safety, will you answer to the residents that you took care of them, or you just going to say, I care about public safety, but I will not do anything and not look at the data?
Mayor, through you as the chair, if I may, Mayor, through you as the chair, can we respectfully, given the time and the number of public speakers, may those members of staff and consultants that may be here for item W5, W4, and W2, can they be released and we will continue those items to the next meeting?
Yes, it seems like this will take quite a while.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Ben Terrio, Police Sergeant in the City of Richmond and President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Tonight, the decision before you should not be complicated. Option A is the only responsible option. For the last several months, Richmond has been operating with one of our most effective crime-fighting tools turned off. And the results are exactly what anyone in law enforcement could have predicted. Vehicle thefts have increased, criminals know that the cameras are down, and the people committing crime pay attention to these decisions, even if this council sometimes doesn't. Before they were shut off, flock camera system helped Richmond police make arrests, recover stolen vehicles, and assist homicide investigations. These cameras don't replace officers, they give us leads. And more importantly, they give victims answers. And they give a community a fighting chance against auto theft, violent crime, and victimization. Let's also be honest about why these cameras were turned off. Not because they were harming the public, not because there was abuse, but because of a configuration issue that was corrected by the police chief and addressed. Meanwhile, the people who are actually suffering from the shutdown of these things are the Richmond residents. The people whose cars are stolen, whose neighborhoods deal with the sideshows and expect their government to prioritize public safety and not just talk about it. Option A does something very reasonable. It restores the cameras temporarily while safeguards and oversight can continue. That's a balanced approach. What is not balanced is allowing ideology to remove tools that help solve crimes while our officers are already working with limited staffing and resources. Council members, your job is not to make criminals comfortable. Your job is to make Richmond residents safe, and tonight you have an opportunity to do just exactly that. Support option A, turn these cameras back on, listen to the residents of the city, because I guarantee you they're going to listen to this. Maybe not tonight, but later on, I promise you, they will hear it, and they're going to care about the decision you make. Thank you.
Oscar Garcia, followed by Jamin Purcell.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Oscar Garcia, and I am president of the 23rd Street Merchants Association, and I'm here today to support the use of flock public safety cameras because our businesses, our customers, and our neighbors deserve to feel safe. Flock cameras are now essential to solve most crimes, and RPD should have this tool available for use. Oakland has seen crime tumble with the help of their cameras, while Richmond has seen a 33% increase in car thefts since our cameras were shut down. We deserve better here in Richmond. We are also concerned about Richmond businesses being vulnerable to crime, considering that all nearby cities use flock cameras. San Pablo, El Cerrito use them, as do Oakland and Berkeley. What Mountain View and other wealthy communities do is not relevant here because they have low crime rates and well-funded police departments. I also would like to thank RPD Chief Simmons for carefully protecting our immigrant community as part of the re-implementation of the flock cameras. He proactively shut down the cameras when concerns were raised, and he has since implemented many checks to ensure federal immigration enforcement does not have access to our flock camera data. I therefore believe it is possible to provide sanctuary and safety to our immigrant community. For too long, immigrants have represented a very large portion of victims of crime, and the City Council needs to do the right thing and vote for option A. Thank you.
Jamin Purcell is our next speaker. Will the following speakers please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium, closest to the wall? Melvin Willis, Edith Pastrano, Alejandro Villegas, Nancy Ybarra, Alma Gutierrez, Ryan Kazan, Rocky Chu, Mark Wasberg, Cordell Hendler, and Jasmine Timmons. That's our next group of speakers. Jamin Purcell.
Good evening. First, I want to thank Chief Simmons. This was incredibly thorough. This showed leadership and willingness to engage in the community on this issue. It showed strong leadership, but as well made sure that there was transparency and clear policies that are about what which is what building trust is about. I want to express my support for restoring the flock license plate reader system, as it is a practical tool to help keep us safe. And we need tools to help our understaffed police department right now. Since the cameras were turned off, we saw, roughly a 30% increase in vehicle theft, which shows that these tools make a real difference in preventing and solving crimes. But as well, the flock cameras focus on vehicles and license plates, not people. And they do not use facial recognition as it was detailed. As well, it is not just important for vehicles, but it is for protecting the citizens of Richmond, such as the young woman who is being trafficked. But we know that there are other examples of where the flock system has been used to help, where there have been kidnappings and otherwise. I want to be clear, though, that that is not in any way saying I support ICE or I support any sort of federal immigration enforcement. And I want to really emphasize how incredible it is that our new chief has made a deal that is unusual and unique to our city and to no one else in the country right now. It is about trying to show that he is willing to go the extra mile, and I think that we need to meet him there. So I know that we can both at the same time support community trust and effective public safety tools at the same time. And we don't have to choose one or the other. Please choose option A.
Okay. Melvin Willis has left and Edith Pastrana has left. Next speaker is Alejandro Villegas. Alejandra? Okay. Nance Ybarra? Alma Gutierrez? Ryan Cousin?
Hi there, Council. First of all, I want to say it's incredibly heartbreaking to hear people on the other side of this issue presume to know what all Richmond residents want and to presume our situations. I live in the Iron Triangle. My car has been broken into multiple times. My laptop has been stolen. And, you know, while I'm privileged enough to take the hit, I can't even go to my cousin's wedding this weekend because I don't have enough money to support myself. And I am against this item. The thing is, you can't say that you don't support ICE and support Flock. Because the thing is, Flock, in our jurisdiction, maybe doesn't support immigration enforcement. But in other jurisdictions across the country, they do. And I'm originally from Texas, and there's been proof from an independent tech media source that there was a sheriff's office in Texas that was tracking the license plate of a woman who had an abortion. So I want you to know, even though Flock will not be abused in our city, it is being abused elsewhere. And you are giving your money to a company that does support immigration enforcement. It might not be here, but it is in other places. And so my question to you is this. If you want communities to be safe, if you want people to be able to retrieve their stolen cars, at the very least, can we find another option that is not Flock? It's just, there's got to be another option. But I mean, I don't support surveillance, but we don't even have to argue that point. It is the fact that it is Flock. Let's argue on that point, right? So no, you cannot come up here and say you do not support ICE, but you support keeping people safe with Flock. I don't buy it. It's not true. Thank you.
Rocky Chu.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Rocky. I'm an Asian guy, and I live right here in Richmond. As a resident of District 2, I'm with the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, and I live and care for my immigrant mom, and we live in our neighborhood where for over 4 years we lived there, we've experienced safety and good quality of life because of the life-affirming investments that the City Council have made, which includes but not limited to better infrastructure, well-maintained parks, more jobs, and we should be doing more of that. And that's why I'm calling on the City Council to vote to end our contract on all of the Flock products. Richmond's current efforts towards public safety are working, despite the extreme fear-mongering that we've been hearing throughout the night. Richmond have the lowest homicide rates in the city's history. And although there still needs more work to be done, and we need more work to be done to get to zero, there's no need to jeopardize our safety and our privacy through the unjust mass surveillance of Richmond residents, or other residents for that matter. Additionally, I'm personally concerned about the historic and continued potential breach in data regarding the Flock surveillance program in Richmond. The risk to our local information being exposed to agencies such as ICE that operate outside of the city's values is a violation of trust we place in our local government. Of course, we can further improve public safety, but that comes with building relationship and trust with the community, and not with expensive surveillance tools from a private corporation that governments or agencies outside our own use for possible nefarious purposes. For that reason, I urge you all to vote no to the flock surveillance contract.
Mark Wassberg.
I said, I don't care if you have flock, license plate readers, helicopters, drones, or anything. You got the CIA. I could care less. As long as you keep the public safe, that's all that matters. And these people think that you're going to stop the federal government from going in and getting the information. You are wrong. Because the only thing they have to do is get a court order. They'll get all the information they need. And you're not going to stop ICE. You're not going to stop the federal government for enforceable constitutional immigration laws. You're not going to do it. You don't have an authority to do it, and it's not going to be stopped. The Richmond PD is not going to stop the federal government. So you guys are just wasting your time, because I know for a fact that this city council defunded the police. They stopped the police checkpoints. They was giving illegal immigrants fraudulent ID cards, telling the police, don't do this and don't do that because you're cracking down on our illegal immigrants. Well, that's just too bad, because when ICE comes in here, you will be deported. Because you come into my country illegally, you will be deported, and there's nothing you can do. It's just a bunch of stupid politics, and you think you're going to support some type of ordinance to stop ICE from coming in here. You are dead wrong, because once the White House gets this information, I'll guarantee you Trump will have ICE swarming all over Richmond, and there's nothing you can do. And you can kiss 40% of your Latino community goodbye. It's a bunch of stupid politics, and you guys are just being stupid. And hope that we will totally vote you people out, because you have no business being in our government if you're going to aid in abetting criminals from the law. That is not your job to do. And you have no right being in my government, so we're going to get you out.
Cordell Hindler. Cordell Hindler.
Right.
I know, right?
Please start.
Yeah. What you looking at me for? So, good evening, Mayor, Council. In the interest of time, I'll just say, Cordell Henlin, I'm a Richmond resident. So, thank you, Chief Simmons, for that presentation. So, I really had much to say, but I think everything was all said. And I'm like, okay, option A or option B? And I'm thinking, like, I just go with what the council is proposing. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Our next speaker is Jasmine Timmons, and will the following individuals please come forward? Line up behind the speaker's podium. We need, hold on one second, please. Let's see. Crescent Diamond, Catherine Lee, Hope Dixon, Pedro Bernal, Carlos Juarez, Natalie Soto, Andrew Melendez, Helen Hagerson, Ray Window, and Julie Salomon. Jasmine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jasmine. I am a resident of Richmond, District 2, and I am here tonight to ask the City Council members to vote no on and not to renew the contract with Flock. I feel strongly that people who live here in Richmond, visitors who come in to Richmond to shop and everything else, should be able to be here without being digitally tracked, especially by a system that has multiple and proven security issues and concerns. And that's basically what I have to say, except I have two questions which I would please ask you to consider before making your decision. The first one is, will the using the Flock system open us up to litigation the way it has in other cities? And is that something that we need to consider? And two, doesn't using Flock violate our agreement and promises that we made when we became a sanctuary city for our immigrant community. Something to consider. Thank you. Have a good night.
Crescent Diamond.
Hi, my name is Crescent Diamond, and I'm a resident and homeowner in District 1 and a member of Reimagine Richmond. I want to talk about why our community needs you to vote to reject both options and end the contract with all Flock products. This surveillance poses an extreme risk to our immigrant community, our LGBTQ community, our Black community, because, let's be clear, ICE is not only targeting community members who are undocumented, they are targeting African Americans, they are targeting US citizens, they are murdering people in the streets, and who knows who they will go after next. From an article about a lawsuit against the city of Eugene around their use of Flock, quote, surveillance through the use of technology like Flock cameras presents a dangerous threat to every Oregonian's privacy and rights to be free from invasive and unjustified government searches into our personal lives. Kelly Simon, the ACLU of Oregon's legal director, said in a statement, the concern is heightened by the extreme levels of federal aggression being currently directed at immigrants, transgender people, Black and brown people, and people exercising their First Amendment rights. I don't know about you, but I don't trust the federal government to follow the law at this point in history. I also want to highlight some of the seemingly misleading statistics provided in the report to show the success of Flock in aiding, preventing crime, and recovering assets. The agenda report states an increase in vehicle theft since the deactivation of Flock cameras in November, but that stat is not directly related to Flock's use as a surveillance system. Was there a significant number of stolen vehicle recoveries in the months that Flock was still active as a result? And it doesn't seem to include that. So I would ask you to look at the report. Is it just a read of?
Your time has expired. Next speaker, Catherine Lee.
Hi, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is Catherine Lee, and I am a District 3 resident. I'm also the youth organizer at Asian Pacific Environmental Network. Richmond residents already experience deep distrust in government and local police authority. Expanding Flock surveillance systems will only widen that gap. At a time when Richmond is experiencing the lowest homicide rates in the city's history, investing in expanded surveillance feels less about safety and more about monitoring our Richmond residents. This is especially concerning in the current climate, when many of our immigrant families and neighbors are living in fear of deportation. Instead of investing in tools that surveil residents, I encourage the city and Richmond Police Department to shift their focus on partnering with our Richmond community to develop public safety solutions rooted in trust and accountability. Thank you.
Hope Dixon.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Hope Dixon, and I live in District 2. I'm asking the council, and especially my district representative, Cesar Zepeda, to vote no on renewing the City Council's Flock Camera Group. Richmond is a beautiful city full of pride and purpose. We're a community that learns and evolves when we see how something is actually working in practice. And what we are learning about technology should give us all significant pause. I don't know if you've read the articles, but shh. Flock technology was introduced as a tool for local crime prevention, but over time, the data expands, the network grows, and access to information about our community spreads far beyond the place where these cameras were first installed. This is mass surveillance, and systems like this never stay limited to their original purpose. Right now, many of us do not trust the federal government, especially when it comes to immigration enforcement. So we cannot safely build with a tool designed around data sharing. Reporting and public records show that Flock data has been searched by law enforcement in connection with protests, sometimes with nothing more written in the search field than the word protest. I am so glad to have heard, really I am, for all your work and your research. I am very grateful to our new chief, because it does look like very much considered all the issues, although we may not have found the same conclusion. Community safety is something that everybody in Richmond deserves. But real safety cannot come from systems that track people's movements and put immigrant families and peaceful protesters at risk. Flock says cities are debating their technology because of trust. They're right. The reality is this: trust is exactly what this technology erodes in our community and for our community council. Please consider, we can do better than this. We can find a different tool. I urge the council to vote no on renewing the Flock contract. Thank you.
Pedro Bernal.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Pedro Bernal, and I'm a community organizer with the Safe Return Project. We strongly oppose expanding or continuing a flock safety contract in item W1, especially the drone as a first responder program in reliance to the CCTV system. Drones flying over our neighbors is a move in the wrong direction. It will create fear instead of trust, and it will intimidate communities instead of making them feel secure. Spying on our Richmond residents is not policing. Instead, it's a violation of privacy. On CCTV, as a sanctuary city, we cannot risk our data being used directly or indirectly for the federal immigration enforcement. Safeguard fails report to show flock data aiding ICE actions elsewhere. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Carlos Juarez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carlos, and I'm with Reimagine Richmond. I'm speaking today to express my concern about extending the flock safety contract. Automated license plate reader systems like Flock do more than help solve crimes. They collect and store large amounts of data about people's movement across the city. Every time a car passes one of these cameras, every time a car passes on one of these cameras, that information could be logged, stored, and searched later. That raises serious questions about privacy, oversight, and how this data can be used in the future. These systems can allow data sharing with outside agencies, which means information about Richmond residents and visitors may be assessed beyond our city's control. For many community members, especially immigrant families and those already over-policed, this type of surveillance creates fear rather than safety. Public safety should mean normalizing constant surveillance of our neighborhoods. Richmond deserves safety solutions that build trust, transparency, and accountability, not technologies that monitor our daily movements. And since we want to talk about data, data shows that these cameras don't prevent crime. For these reasons, I urge the council to vote no on the extension of the flock safety contract. Thank you.
Natalia Soto.
Hello, everyone. I am Natalia, a community organizer with Reimagine Richmond. I am here to speak in opposition of W1 flock safety contract extension, not only for the many reasons that we'll hear during public comment, but also because it is a threat against women abortion rights. Data collection by law enforcement is being exploited, shared freely across our country, and labeled as investigation to justify the tracking of women into different states to get a legal abortion. There's documents of over 1,800 agencies that have deployed ALPRs, but at least 4,000 agencies are able to run searches through some agencies and Flock's networks. Nationwide, Flock database is being shared. Motherhood is under the Mother Board, purchased data over 600 Planned Parenthood facilities across the U.S. How can you support our immigrant community and your system is easily hackable and information has been sold? I am tired, and we are tired, of being watched, surveilled, and instilled fear. A mi comunidad inmigrante nos siguen vigilando y controlando, creando miedo en nuestras comunidades. No flock, no ICE, no surveillance. Thank you.
Andrew Melendez.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez. I'm a lifelong Richmond resident and community organizer with Reimagine Richmond. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the proposal to extend the city's contract with Flock in Richmond. I was really pleased to hear last year that our Police Chief Simmons made the great decision to deactivate Richmond's flock cameras due to security concerns. And that decision, of course, was following concerns from so many in our community about immigration data being accessed by flock, as well as vulnerabilities within access to flock data as well. So when I heard that the flock license plate readers, the drones, and the CCTV will potentially be brought back into our streets, I immediately think of the many immigrant residents in our community who are put at risk because of the decisions that our council will make tonight. Continuing a contract with flock is a clear violation of our sanctuary city ordinance. Under our ordinance, the city of Richmond is prohibited from contracting with companies who sell data to ICE, and flock has a long and documented track record of doing this nationwide. This alone should be justification enough to say no to this contract. Flock cameras have also been misused by federal agents who have looked through local databases for information about community members nationwide, citing justifications like investigations. Even as the Richmond Police Department opts out of the data sharing with ICE, they still share information with the El Cerrito Police Department, which is not a sanctuary city, and so that makes it a big vulnerability for our immigrant community to be potentially targeted as well. So allowing flock back onto our streets is allowing that backdoor access for federal agents to attack our immigrant community who are already so fearful of ICE activity happening across the country and in our city. And so I ask the council tonight to vote no on either option and to stand with our immigrant communities and stand with our communities. I know that this council has stood by our immigrant communities in the past, and I have faith that tonight our council will continue to protect the livelihoods of our community here in Richmond. Thank you for your time.
Helen Hagerson.
Good evening. My name is Helen Hagerson. I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on extending the contract with Flock. Flock has shown repeatedly across the nation that they are an organization that cannot be trusted with the safety of our community. The software is hackable, has dozens of vulnerabilities that they are not transparent about or accountable for, and investigators have found Flock portal access credentials on the dark web being sold for only $120. One user found a live stream to a children's playground showing how it can be used as a tool for human trafficking. Data violation through hacking would not be covered in the contract amendment with Flock and would put the residents and the city of Richmond at major risk. Right now in the Bay Area, San Jose and Oakland are both being sued because Flock's mass warrantless tracking is a violation of the Fourth Amendment right to reasonable expectation of privacy. Please protect the privacy and safety of our community and do not leave the city vulnerable to an expensive lawsuit by voting no on any work with Flock. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like to extend the meeting now?
Yes. It's, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to the end of this item.
Okay. I second that. So we have a motion to extend to the end of this item.
Councilmember Brown?
If it is.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Ray Wendell.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Raymond Wendell, and I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond, and I would really like to urge you to think seriously about the impacts this agenda item has on personal privacy. There's a lot at stake, especially at this moment of history when our immigrant communities are under attack. Reproductive freedom is being rolled back at breakneck speed, and our precious civil liberties are severely threatened. This is not the time to double down on surveillance of the community. The presentation was very thorough. I would have liked to hear a little bit more about the drone program, which is terrifying. This is a little bit of a side note, but I'm confused about whether this is a different drone than the one, and I know we have AB 481, the report on that is coming up, so maybe I'll learn more, but there was already a drone. Is this a different drone? I'm hoping that gets clarified. And is this drone in compliance with the AB 481 policy. But going beyond that, I'm just really deeply concerned about the invasion of privacy that's entailed with this type of drone, which is quite literally a weapon of war to surveil the people of Richmond. The specs of the drone that are listed in the agenda report would be impressive if they weren't so alarming, that it can fly 400 feet in the air and zoom in 2,000 feet. So in other words, we would have no idea that the drone is present. And I think this was actually covered in the presentation. No one is going to know it's there. It's just surveilling them. It can also apparently, through the heat map sensor, whatever it is, see somebody who's in hiding. So does that mean it can see people in their houses? What about the Fourth Amendment? Yes. So this is treating Richmond like a war zone. In conclusion, please deflock Richmond. The costs of continuing this program to personal privacy, civil liberties, and safety of our vulnerable population.
Your time has expired.
Are too great.
Our next speaker. The next speaker is Julie Solomon. And the following individuals, please come forward. Nate Lonzo, Elise Stevens, and Irene Wabawa will be our last in-person speaker. Julie Solomon.
Hi, my name is Julie Salomon. I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond, and I've lived in Richmond for a decade. I want to thank the chief for coming and giving his very thorough presentation. I also want to thank him for turning off these cameras the moment we learned that there was a problem. Your community appreciates your fast action on that. You know, earlier I was listening to the president of the Richmond Police Officers Union, and he was saying that the chief didn't make that decision to turn the cameras off because there had been any abuse of the flock cameras, and I hope that this council knows that that's just plain wrong. In 2023, El Cerrito Police Department restricted their flock settings so that federal agencies could not access that data. That's what Flock told the El Cerrito Police Department. What they found out later was that, in fact, for a multi-year period, despite El Cerrito Police Department turning off access to those federal agencies had access anyway because Flock screwed up. And when they were asked about it, Flock said, oh, sorry, it was a technical error, and they assure us it won't happen again. And I appreciate our chief going and getting a deal with them that shows if it happens again that they're going to pay us some amount of money, but how can we possibly take their word for it? How can we even know? Flock is the one that holds this data. Flock is the one that runs this database. And what we know, what we've seen Flock do in other Bay Area counties is fail to live up to what they are contracted to do. They told El Cerrito they weren't giving federal agencies access. That was a lie. That was not true. And now El Cerrito is open to who knows how many lawsuits based on that. It wasn't El Cerrito Police Department's fault, it's Flock's fault. And so what the community's trying to say to you is, Flock cannot be trusted. Don't take our word for it, look at what they've been doing in the Bay Area. The chief during his presentation said, think of El Cerrito and Richmond
as the same entity. Your time has expired.
And I urge you to do the same.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, Nate Lonzo.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nate Lonzo. I'm a police sergeant with the Richmond Police Department, and you guys need to vote yes on option A. People here voice their concerns about public safety, merchants, citizens. Other citizens have voiced their concerns about being surveilled. Let me put those fears to rest. If you're a citizen of Richmond, we're not surveilling you. We're not watching you move around the city. If you're a citizen of Richmond or a visitor to the city of Richmond and you commit crime, we will surveil you and we will find you and we will bring you to justice. You need to trust Chief Simmons to lead the police department, to make decisions when it comes to public safety, because he is the expert. People have talked about how Richmond has experienced the lowest homicide rate in its history. Well, I was an officer here when Richmond was the 7th most dangerous city in the United States. When 52 homicides were occurring and 385 plus shootings were occurring, and we didn't have tools like Flock. And we had more officers than we have now. Flock is a force multiplier. If you guys want us to go back to being one of the most dangerous cities in the United States, ignore the chief's recommendation. Thank you.
Elsa Stevens.
I need a favor. Can I have my friends and people who agree with me to stand behind me and not the opposition?
Y'all have had your turn.
You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Can this happen? No. You just speak.
Speak.
She has the right to ask.
You have 2 minutes, Elsa.
Can the attorney for the...
Okay, I'm going to start your time. Ms. Stevens, I need to start your time. We have 21 speakers online waiting to speak.
I mean, if you're feeling, if you want a distance around you, I think that's fine, but you can't control what the signs behind you or the people who are standing behind you, whether they're in favor of this or not. I think.
Perhaps everybody should sit down.
Okay, I'm ready to speak now. In my youth, I worked the stolen vehicle department for San Francisco PD. The stolen auto division can be the central nervous system of law enforcement. I'm an NCIS fan. I want our Richmond police to have all the latest toys. But federal agencies like ICE have started to hack Flock data. ICE is not law enforcement. They use stolen plates. Today, ICE specializes in human traffic harvesting. Over 4,400 detainees in ICE concentration camps were kept in prison even after the courts had freed them. ICE does this so Trump's friends can continue to enjoy obscene profits off of our tax dollars. Don't trust Flock, not while Trump is president.
Our last in-person speaker is Irene Wabawa.
Okay. Hi, my name is Irene Wibawa, and I live in Richmond in District 6. I am opposed to the extension of the Flock contract. I'm concerned for the safety of our community and cannot trust this private company not to sell our data and cannot trust them to adhere to our sanctuary city policy. This system is so powerful as the chief police has presented, and in the wrong hands, it can provide so much information regardless of our intent, of our intentions. I appreciate the efforts made to include a penalty in the contract if Flock violates the terms of the contract. But I argue that no amount of money is worth the safety of our community members. Please protect us, your constituents, and vote to end the Flock contract.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 23 speakers.
Okay, and the first group of speakers are Manny, Marisol Gomez,
Sonia's iPhone, Brian Hoffer, Edith Pastrano, Emily Ross, Lorraine Reza, Willie Robinson, a user with the name Multicultural Institute, and Chris Moore. Please be ready to unmute yourself when your name is called. Manny, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Hello, City Council. My name is Manny. I'm the chair of the Latino Affairs Commission for the County of Santa Cruz. However, I am not speaking on behalf of the commission. I'm calling in because my responsibility to protect my constituents demands me to act. Your decisions here don't just impact your constituents, but also extend to impacting my constituents, specifically my constituents in South Santa Cruz County. These cameras are not just license plate readers. Flock's very own patent states that there are neural networks for identifying people based on their height and weight, race and gender, and even the clothes and accessories worn, like backpacks. There are also neural networks for identifying bicycles and even animals. I want to make it very clear why this technology is dangerous. According to the 2021 DHS policy regarding ALPR cameras, all ALPR vendors are required to prevent leaving any trail of federal immigration enforcement agents looking into our data, except in audit logs made available only to immigration enforcement, meaning that any audit logs we ask for would produce a false negative. The only reason we have discovered these types of cameras being used for immigration enforcement is because of what we call side door searches, conducted in violation of both SB 34 and SB 54. This technology is actively being used right now to hunt down our neighbors. In Chicago, a teacher named Marimar Martinez was shot 5 times by Border Patrol. Discovery process in court has revealed that the agents who shot her not only texted each other saying, "I fired 5 shots, she has 7 holes, put that in your book, boys," but that they also tracked her using license plate reader technology. One of these exploited cameras is live streaming to the internet, unencrypted, a children's playground in the Bay Area, meaning any children near that playground are put at risk of falling victim to human trafficking. I kindly ask that you join the cities of Santa Cruz, Mountain View, Los Altos Hills, and the County of Santa Clara in canceling your relationship with Flock. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Gomez. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Marisol, and I am a Richmond resident residing in District 3 and a member of Reimagine Richmond. As an active member and a small business owner of our community, I am deeply concerned of the fear our residents have expressed that deeply impacts their everyday life and safety. We call on the leadership of Richmond City Council to end our city's Flock contract. The Flock company cannot be trusted, and we as community members place trust on our local government to uphold the responsibility to protect and not violate our privacy and personal data. We cannot continue to implement policies that impact the social determinants of our most vulnerable community members, Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQ, and undocumented and documented immigrants, especially as racial profiling increases in this country. I am not using the stories and experiences of others. I am using my own experience as a queer woman, as a resident of Richmond, and as someone who is in connection with neighbors, and as a Mexican immigrant. Please consider what safety truly means. Is it using city budget to properly fund citywide surveillance that will continue to lead to safety and economic instability? Or is it using our budget to provide assistance necessary for our community members to thrive? We do not need funding for drones. As mentioned earlier, in this very session, we need foundational infrastructure buildup, street cleanup, housing for the unhoused, lights on Carlson. Mass surveillance is not public safety. Don't be fooled into giving up your right to privacy over the illusion of safety. We don't know who can hack into this technology and use it for the wrong reasons. With El Cerrito not having a sanctuary city ordinance, how can we be sure our undocumented immigrant neighbors will be protected? Our constitutional rights keep getting axed left and right by this federal administration. We cannot sacrifice our basic constitutional rights to privacy here at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sonia. If you'll please state your name for the record, you can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Sonia Decker, and I'm a Richmond resident. And I urge council to vote no on this item and to divest from Flock. Flock has been proven to be an untrustworthy corporation and a bad actor. we can't trust that they will make the changes that they say they're going to make. Their values are not our values. Why would we partner with a corporation that we think we may have to levy allegations against when we could cut the contract with them now and protect our residents in advance? Many nearby cities have cut ties with Flock because it puts residents and cities at risk, and I urge Richmond to do the same. Flock violates our constitutional rights. They have had multiple data breaches and frequently work with ICE and other federal agencies. Partnering with them violates our sanctuary city ordinance, spreads fear, and puts our immigrant community members at risk. This council has demonstrated a strong commitment to keeping immigrants in Richmond safe, and I urge you to continue doing so now. You've also demonstrated a strong commitment to enhancing public safety for all. Crime is not prevented by over surveillance and criminalization. It is prevented by meeting the underlying needs of people so that they can feel safe and thrive, including investing in housing, food, education, and healthcare. You have been doing these things, and it is paying off. Crime is down in Richmond. Please continue to invest in the well-being of people and build trust with community members instead of investing in a system that violates our rights and spreads fear. Please listen to Richmond residents. We do not want or need Flock. Please cut the contract with Flock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Brian Hoffer. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Brian Hofer on behalf of Secure Justice. Some of our members work, live, and play in Richmond. I thank Chief Simmons for voicing his concerns about Flock. I ask that you vote no on this proposal for the reasons outlined in our letter. I have worked on surveillance policy for 12 years, and in that time, no technology vendor has had a year as scandal-ridden as Flock. We've confirmed 40 terminated contracts, most within the past 6 months, as governments learn more about Flock's corporate conduct. In California, Santa Clara County, Mountain View, Ventura, Los Altos Hills, and Santa Cruz have all recently determined that continuing to do business with Flock is not in their best interest. There are other vendors. SB 34 prohibits sharing ALPR data with out-of-state agencies. Based on records the city provided to us yesterday, more than 2,700 non-California agencies have accessed Richmond's data tens of thousands of times. Each violation carries a potential minimum statutory penalty of $2,500, meaning your exposure is running into the tens of millions of dollars. Flock itself is currently facing 4 class action lawsuits, including one in Contra Costa Superior just filed 2 weeks ago. There are additional concerns regarding Richmond's sanctuary contracting ordinance. In 2023, Flock certified under penalty of perjury that it did not and would not provide ALPR data to ICE in order to obtain the original contract. We now know that representation was false, and the company did not notify the city that it provided data to ICE during the contract term as required by the ordinance. That ordinance carries a misdemeanor penalty, and that contract should be voided. Because Richmond has not been paying attention until after the harm has occurred, your current ALPR contract allows Flock to share your data with any third party at Flock's discretion. Taken together, these issues expose Richmond to serious legal and policy risks. But tonight, you have an opportunity to address those risks by voting no on this proposal and exploring another solution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Edith Pastrano. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry, good evening, council members and mayor, city staff, and community. My name is Edith Pastrano. I'm a Richmond resident for, I want to say a little bit more than 35 years, basically all my life. I'm a member of ACE and I live in District 5. I'm all for community safety when it looks like a better way for everyone in my community to feel quote unquote safe, because safe can look different for different people. And so what I mean by that is where plans and programs are actively keeping youth off of the street and away from mass industrial incarceration pipelines. However, if community safety means that the federal government without the local jurisdiction's knowledge can just attain data through the Flock system program, and it's used to carry out further separation of families by the federal government, then all at the same time, while having passed the sanctuary policy back in 2018, seems not only conflicting, but also not the best way to fight crime. more surveillance does not equal more safety. It only leads to further criminalization of Black and Brown people. So more funding for youth programs and safety nets, as well as spaces for Black and Brown youth, from the lens of and the vision of racial justice, are just the starting points to a better and a safer community. So I urge the council today to please suspend this contract with Flock Systems, and please hone into better ways of addressing issues around safety in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm going to say on the front end that my hope is you do not renew this contract in any form. Wanted to start with the comments about how people are against surveillance, but for this program. Flock is a set of tools for mass surveillance. That's a literal descriptor for their products. It's not an opinion. I listened closely to the chief's presentation. Thank you for that. And the small batch of speakers at the beginning. I heard a lot about how helpful it is. I heard a lot about, don't worry, it's not dangerous. But the benefits of this technology seem largely speculative, while the harms seem well documented. Flock has a demonstrated history of misleading communities, such as jurisdictions like ours, about their data sharing practices. It's regularly accessed by ICE. It's easily hackable. Inaccuracies with their system have resulted in wrongful arrests. It is very open to abuse by officers. And it leaves us vulnerable to litigation given all of the shortcomings with the system. The data shared in this presentation implies Flock reduces crime, but doesn't actually show that. Speaking specifically about the license plate readers, the vehicle theft data includes non-Flock related arrests, and just wanted to provide a quick anecdotal data point. I know a few people who have had their cars stolen recently, not from Richmond, but neighboring communities who utilize Flock products. All of them had their cars recovered, none via some high-tech investigation, but good old-fashioned parking enforcement.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lorraine Reza. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lorraine Reza, Richmond resident, here to strongly urge all council members and the mayor to vote no to not extend the contract with Flock Group Inc. to use drones, CCTV, and ALPRs as city surveillance. We know this tech is actively being used by ICE and DHS to hunt down immigrants across the country. Just because we have some leaders here right now that have values to protect our most vulnerable neighbors, it doesn't mean it will always be the case. Need I remind you, having Flock drones, ALPRs, and CCTV will violate both the California State Sanctuary Act 54 and Richmond's own Sanctuary City Ordinance, which specifically prohibits Richmond from contracting with companies who sell data to ICE. Flock has done this several times. And don't trust a closed network. Not only is it hackable in 30 seconds, but all features that are supposedly turned off for our city can easily be turned back on. People earlier said that we need to be realistic and we need to be safer. Have you had your head stuck in the sand, not seeing what's happening in LA, Chicago, and Minneapolis? You think we're immune to that? We know ICE and DHS are accessing Flock's data, and they're here and active in the Bay as we speak. If you care about our immigrant neighbors, then we need to limit surveillance in our city. Flock has proven it's dangerous, especially against immigrants and anyone perceived as such, which includes most of Richmond, including me. Based on community outreach efforts I'm a part of, our local business owners have seen drops in patronage specifically because people are scared to be in public space. More surveillance can increase this fear instead of making them feel protected. Instead, our city needs to invest in resourcing our various communities so they don't feel it's necessary to commit crimes, like Marisol before me said, and like Rock, our community responders that we have. Please, I plead with you as a resident who works daily to protect our immigrant neighbors. Do not help Richmond be another city that allows more surveillance. Vote no on W1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Willie Robinson. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, honorable council members, the city manager, and the police chief. I'm Willie Robinson, president of the Richmond branch NAACP, and I am here to add the support to the recommendation coming from the police chief and urge the council to follow that recommendation. We are most certainly in a time where technology is a part of our lives. We are going to learn how to live with it. I do empathize with the challenges that comes with technology and some of the understanding that precedes the safety aspect of all citizens. I, as a Black growing up in the South, could have had a lot of distrust for the federal government, and well, certainly the action you're seeing taken right now suggests that. But I had to rely on the federal government to help get through and move into a life that was productive, where I became a part of American society. And now I'm doing all I can to ensure, monitor, hold accountable those who we put in office. And I believe the data that has been presented most certainly represents something that we can use as a benefit to helping us have a safe life within these municipalities. I come with my research that has been done and other branches who've looked into this, and we believe it is a tool that can be used productively, and it also can be a tool to enhance what we need to have to keep all of us safe. So I, again, support the recommendation coming from the police chief and urge the council to vote accordingly to keep the system going, but watch it closely. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Multicultural Institute, and the following group of speakers after that is Chris Moore, Laura Hill, Melvin Willis, Robert, Annie, Vincent, River, a user by the name of CB, Sarah C, and Marisol. When your name is called, please be ready to unmute yourself. User by the name of Multicultural Institute, you can go ahead and start. Please state your full name for the record.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mirna Cervantes. I'm a City of Richmond resident of District 1 and the Executive Director of the Multicultural Institute. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Multicultural Institute and our community partner, the East Bay Sanctuary Covenant. We are two nonprofits providing legal and social services to immigrant families every day. We have been working closely with the City of Richmond to provide legal and outreach services to immigrant residents and are grateful to the City Council for the commitments it has made to stand up for immigrant communities thus far. However, contracting with Flock Safety violates those commitments and damages the community's trust. Every day we hear from people who are too afraid to leave their homes due to fear they will be kidnapped and never see their families again. I believe in public safety and I want public safety for my community, but Flock Safety is not it. There are other public safety options for you to consider, and we know that contract extension with Flock will continue to put Richmond immigrant residents in grave danger. Over the past months, Flock has violated contracts with other sanctuary cities by sharing their data with federal government for immigration enforcement and lying about it. Flock's various pilot programs and backdoor access points make it next to impossible for cities and counties to know how much of the residents' data is being shared. As a result of unlawful data sharing, over 30 jurisdictions have already terminated, suspended, or rejected contracts with Flock in the past year, and many more are in conversation. Why would City of Richmond choose to violate its sanctuary city ordinance and continue to invest in infrastructure that will be weaponized against our communities? I want my family, friends, and neighbors, and myself to feel safe without fear that our location is being tracked or shared with federal government without Richmond's knowledge. Please vote no on Flock.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Moore. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I'm Chris Moore with the East Bay Alliance for Public Safety. You know, there's been a lot of misinformation circulating about Flock safety cameras, and it's important to correct the record. For example, some people have claimed that Oakland is being sued for approving Flock cameras. It's simply not true. Unfortunately, this kind of misinformation is very typical of groups like Reimagine Richmond, the Richmond Progressive Alliance, and certainly the DSA. They often rely on fear and misleading claims instead of focusing on the real facts, which you heard from the chief of police. You also heard from Brian Hofer. It's worth noting that the Oakland City Council recently removed him from the Oakland Privacy Commission because of his lawsuits, and much of his work involves suing cities and counties over severance policies. That's how he makes money. So he comes here making these same claims, and it's important to understand the context. He has a track record of spreading misinformation about flock technologies. The reality is, flock safety cameras are already being used across California, including Oakland, Berkeley, El Cerrito, San Francisco, Alameda County, and Contra Costa County. And when Richmond turned off its flock cameras, auto theft increased by about 33%. Oakland City Council took notice and they said, we don't want more crimes like Richmond. We want more cameras. Just recently, the Oakland City Council approved 300 new flock cameras with a 7-to-1 vote. They didn't make that decision lightly. They studied the technology and reviewed the privacy protections and rejected the misinformation. One of the biggest claims is that flock shares data with ICE. It's simply not true. One of the city's own police departments controls.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Hill. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Laura, and I'm the Vice President of Public Safety and Transportation Policy with the Bay Area Council. We represent nearly 400 of the region's largest employers across many sectors, including higher education and research institutions, nonprofit and community organizations, utility and transportation providers, in addition to our private sector employers. At the request of our members, in 2023, our organization built a coalition of 125 employers based in the East Bay who are committed to building a safer and more vibrant region. The Bay Area Council and this coalition strongly supports the flock safety contract extension and specifically supports Option A, the recommendation to reinstate the flock ALPR cameras and continue the use of the CCTV system and DFR program. Technology is a vital public safety tool, and it is particularly critical for cities that are facing significant law enforcement staffing challenges. Technology like ALPR, CCTV, and DFR helps officers increase their response times, identify suspects faster, connect cases, and provide prosecutors with stronger evidence. This technology helps departments to operate more efficiently and improve community safety. Additionally, recent polling shows that the majority of local residents do support safety technology, including visible cameras like ALPRs, as tools to deter crime and make people feel safe. And this trend holds firm across age, race, ethnicity, and ideology. Finally, ALPR, CCTV, and DFR technology has been proven to work and improve public safety in Richmond, as well as in many neighboring and surrounding cities in the Bay Area. And Richmond needs continued access to this technology to protect residents, businesses, and visitors. Approving this contract will help the city deter crime and ultimately strengthen community safety and economic vitality. Thank you for your consideration and for your continued leadership in Richmond.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melvin Willis. You can go ahead and start.
Oh. Hello, Richmond City Council. Good evening. Melvin Willis with ACE and RPA. I'm also here as speaking as a District 1 resident, asking you not to extend the flock contract. Back in 2018, when we strengthened the city's sanctuary city ordinance, we strengthened it because of the previous administration that we currently have. And the condition was that we're passing this policy and we are not going to do business with any vendor, license plate reader that shares information with ICE. There's a lot of credible reports out there, both locally in the Bay Area and nationwide, that has suggested that flock safety program definitely is information's used by ICE based on just the multiple reports. I mean, in Ventura, El Cerrito, Mountain View, they discovered without the local jurisdiction's knowledge or approval that their license plate data information was accessed by outside jurisdictions. So if a company isn't keeping our data secure locally and isn't informing us that that access is happening, that's already a violation of breach of trust in its own. But once again, if a company does do business or allow their information to be shared with ICE and Homeland Security, it is in direct violation of that ordinance we passed in 2018, in my personal opinion. I do appreciate the chief's candor and presentation and everything that he went through to bring this presentation together. But at the end of the day, if they can't keep our information secure, we can't do business with them. Please vote no.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert. Please unmute yourself and state your full name for the record. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. I'm a Richmond taxpayer and I'm here to demand what everyone in this city deserves, and that's public safety for everyone. The flock cameras work. The numbers are real. 274 arrests, 259 stolen vehicles recovered, 911 criminal investigations assisted, including homicides. And when the license plate readers were paused, vehicle thefts immediately surged 33%. Our number of active sworn officers is nearly 50% below authorized staffing. These cameras are not a luxury. They are a lifeline for an understaffed department fighting to protect this community and all of you on that dais. And let me be clear, these cameras have not been used against immigrants. Those are the facts. Richmond cannot become the next Oakland watching crime escalate, more and more businesses close, and jobs disappeared because you failed to act. Vote yes on option A for at least 3 years and keep Richmond safe. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Annie. Please state your full name for the record. You can unmute yourself and start.
Hello, my name is Annie Pinnell, and I'm a proud resident of Richmond and as a software engineer who's closely followed the investigative and deeply technical reporting on Flock for the last year. I'm here to strongly urge you to vote against extending the Flock contract. Flock has a bad record of releasing features without the settings that best serve their users and of making gross security oversights, including camera systems that were marketed as encrypted, but in reality were exposed live streams and administrator control panels that were available on the open internet due to incompetent product management. I'm really grateful that the chief uncovered the two-way lookup setting and paused use of the system to reassess it. But I want to highlight that this situation was a direct result of the company's poor commitment to transparency to its users and to the communities that it claims to protect. This was not a configuration issue. That was how they built the product. That was how they set it up. That was intentional, and that was their design. They wanted that to be the default, and they were not transparent about that. They chose to build it that way, in a way that is unwittingly having departments share their information across the country when they don't even know they are. That is unacceptable. That's not just a poorly built, insecure system. It's a clear display of their values and judgment as a company, and they've shown us that we cannot trust them. Having data sharing with other agencies turned off also does not mean that it is safe just with RPD and El Cerrito Police Department. Most of the known cases of Flock data being used inappropriately by ICE and other federal agencies were not, it was from authorized users within the system. So all it takes is one RPD or ECPD officer who disagrees with our state sanctuary or city ordinance, or who's threatened by someone with power, for the data to be made easily accessible to outside agencies with no audit trail left behind. And additionally, $290,000 is nothing to a venture-backed startup that is seeking exponential growth. That is not an assurance that they won't breach the terms of contract. It is the cost of business that they can pay.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Vincent. If you could please unmute yourself and state your full name for the record, you can go ahead and start. Vincent, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we'll come back to Vincent. The next speaker is River. You can go ahead and start. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is River Allen, and I am a Richmond resident of District 3. Thank you, Council, Mayor, and City Administrators for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I'm here to speak against renewing any contract with Flock in Richmond. I hope that you deflock Richmond entirely. I'm all for community safety, but safety doesn't come from mass surveillance. It comes from addressing the root causes of harm. Surveillance actually only leads to more criminalization of Black and Brown people. I'm confused why people spoke up to say that Flock doesn't do facial recognition or use biometrics earlier. License plates are directly tied to drivers' identities, so it's just not that much of a difference. And the system doesn't collect just plate numbers, it collects detailed movement patterns, basically building a long-term location history of people's comings and going. A gentleman spoke earlier to say, if you don't commit a crime, we're not surveilling you. If you commit a crime, we will surveil you. But that's simply not how it works, right? The flock cameras are going to be running all the time, no matter what. And furthermore, who gets to decide what is a crime or what is legal is entirely political, and it changes all the time, right? It's a crime to leave Texas to seek an abortion in a different state. It's a crime to harbor people who are being searched for by ICE to be sent to concentration camps. It's a crime to live in an RV in San Francisco. So when it comes to data sharing, it's important to uplift that according to the ACLU, even if RPD opts out of data sharing with federal agencies, Flock default system data sharing with other agencies will occur for investigative purposes.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is CB, and then following that, we will try Vincent again, followed by Sarah C. and Marisol. CB, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello,
Go ahead.
my name is Christina Retzi. I live in District 5. Thank you, council members and mayor and police chief Simmons, for your time and attention on this issue. I raised my kids here. I've watched Richmond go through all kinds of changes. Not long ago, my son had his plumbing work van, his livelihood, stolen from in front of our house. It wasn't the only incident that we've experienced, but it was particularly frustrating. And as we all know, I have had good experiences with our police force, and they're overloaded. They have high priority crimes and simply don't have the bandwidth to address all the crimes. So he was left on his own. He was able to track the van down. He lost all his tools. He found it in it. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. But the thieves know too that our police force is overloaded. And wouldn't it be great if we could help expand their capacity? If Richmond became a place that criminals started to avoid instead of coming to plunder. And I too have grave concerns about surveillance and privacy. I respect what the speakers have raised. I think that these are all issues that are part of a very complex world that we live in now, and it deserves our ongoing attention. However, I also feel we have to empower our experts, especially when they've demonstrated the level of conscientiousness and leadership that Police Chief Simmons has. I urge the council to follow his recommendations. It shouldn't preclude exploring other options. It shouldn't preclude, obviously, continuing to monitor Flock closely, but at some point we have to trust them to do their job on our behalves. No system is perfect. I think that at this point, given the urgent public safety needs in Richmond, the potential gains far outweigh the potential risks. Please choose option A and trust our police to continue to monitor. Let's work with them closely to address all the concerns that speakers have raised and continue to adjust through time. So again, thank you for your time. Please choose option A.
Thank you. Next speaker is Vincent. If you could please state your full name for the record, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Vincent Ainello. I live in Richmond. I just wanted to, it's gonna be relatively quick. I just wanted to voice my concerns regarding Flock. I think that everybody in this chamber, or a lot of people have echoed my opinions. My worry is around increased surveillance. My worry is also that these systems implementing more cameras inhibits freedom. It increases the innate surveillance, not only just surveillance of immigrant populations that make Richmond amazing, but it increases all types of surveillance that make us unsafe. And I don't have to tell government officials the classic line that those who give up freedom for protection don't deserve either. That is what worries me about surveillance systems in the vicinity. Richmond has done an incredible job of reducing crime over the last couple of decades, and it has not been because of the police. Unlike San Francisco and Oakland, Richmond has not dumped the levels of funding into the police that those cities have. Richmond focused on anti-recidivism through independent organizations that have reduced Richmond's crime rate lower than the national average. And I think that we need to focus on other options to help with safety rather than purely police and punitive measures like flock cameras. So I highly suggest that the contract not be renewed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Steve. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor. I am a resident of Richmond, District 3, and I am calling to ask you to vote to not renew the flock contract. I am very appreciative of the ways that Richmond has limited our data sharing during the time that we have had flock. When I started to see reports about flock data being used by ICE to track down immigrants, I at first thought that we were immune from that because we only shared, unlike other jurisdictions, we only shared our data with one other entity. And I was really proud of that. And then learning about how Flock can share data without the consent of the city that owns the data was very concerning. While I might trust Chief Simmons, the buck doesn't stop with the police chief here. In addition to there being an option for any RPD officer to make an independent decision to turn data over, there's the opportunity for anybody in the El Cerrito Police Department to turn data over. Flock could share their data, and then most alarmingly, the system is so hackable that even if we trust all of the players involved to not share anything, that data is still not protected, and we should not be collecting it in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol, and the last three speakers will be Linda Whitmore, Tarnell Abbott, and Reem Suleiman. Marisol, if you could please state your full name for the record and unmute yourself, you can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident in D6. I also teach at Contra Costa College. And I want to thank our council members for reimagining safety in Richmond. Richmond has had a powerful history of improving community safety through community-based strategies and violence interruption, not mass surveillance. Expanding automated license plate reader systems like Flock moves us away from that legacy and towards a routine tracking of everyday residents. Flock cameras don't just capture vehicles connected to crime, they capture people, the real Richmond. That information becomes searchable and shareable across a national law enforcement network. Once that data leaves Richmond's direct control, we cannot guarantee how it is used or by whom. There is also a huge legal risk to consider. Cities across California have faced lawsuits over surveillance practices, and if Richmond adopts or expands or contracts with systems that lack strict guardrails, independent oversight, and airtight compliance with state law, we expose Richmond and the taxpayers to litigation in courts like Contra Costa County Superior Court. Legal challenges over data sharing, retention policies, public records transparency, and or improper access could cost far more than the camera themselves. Surveillance infrastructure, once installed, rarely shrinks. It actually expands, and lawsuits, once filed, drain our public resources. These resources that could be used for housing, youth programs, violence, and
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Linda Whitmore. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. My name is Linda Whitmore. I am a Richmond resident, and I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood, District 2. Like many people have said, we in the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council have problems with dumping, speeding cars, stolen cars, people living in SUVs on our streets, graffiti, and I can go on and name a lot of other things happening in our neighborhood. We need the flock cameras to help the police, code enforcement, and public works. So, take care of some of these problems we're having in our neighborhoods. I am a member of the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council. We don't sit back doing nothing. We're out there trying to make a difference in our neighborhood, but we need help. Our chief of police said the flock cameras will help. When he thought there was a problem, they were turned off. He did the research. He gave you statistics showing that the problems have been solved, and that he thinks the cameras should be turned back on to make a difference here in Richmond. I think that the one person voice, the chief of police, is a voice, the expertise that you should listen to. We hired him for a reason. And I think that you should listen to him and give him a chance to prove what he's telling you. You've heard a lot of people talk about the flock notes and what they think they will do and won't do. They're not experts. He is, and he's a voice you should be listening to. So I am suggesting and hoping you will pay attention to our chief and vote for option A. Help keep Richmond safe. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. You can go ahead and start. Tarnell Abbott, if you could unmute yourself, you can go ahead and start. Okay, we'll come back to Tarnell. The next speaker is Reem Suleiman. You can go ahead and start. Reem Suleiman.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so my name is Reem. I also have family that live and work in Richmond and relatives who regularly attend Richmond mosques on a daily basis. I'll just say that the Muslim community is no stranger to the dangers, abuses, and false promises of surveillance, especially from the federal government in the name of public safety. I want to emphasize that when safety, or rather the illusion of safety for one group, comes at the expense of another, this is not actual public safety. None of the audits or guardrails proposed can definitively protect folks from ICE being able to access this data from the side door or back door, especially given what the speaker earlier, Manny, mentioned, that DHS has directed ICE not to leave any auditable trail for accessing this data. So we cannot ignore that both Flock and ICE have a track record that should be of concern to any city that hopes to be a safe haven for all of the people who call it home. There have been documented cases where law enforcement officers use Flock databases to stalk ex-partners. There are cases where we've seen ICE get access to this database over the shoulder of other officers, and we've seen it be used to criminalize abortion in hostile states. And so that's why I'd urge you to vote no. Separately, I want to correct the record on two lies that were shared earlier from Chris Moore. First, Brian publicly resigned in protest along with another commissioner from the Privacy Advisory Commission. There's an Oakland Side article confirming as much. So to suggest that he was kicked out by council is absolutely slanderous. And number two, it's a verifiable fact that Oakland is being sued over their lack of compliance. So I just wanted to correct those two lies. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be Tarnell Abbott. You can go ahead and mute yourself and start. Tarnell Abbott, if you could please unmute yourself. Like they're having trouble with their audio, so that, yeah. Oh, okay. There, that was the last speaker.
All right, if that was the last speaker, then public comment is closed. I'd like to start out by pointing out that we're actually talking about two different issues. We're talking about surveillance and we're talking about flock. Now, the thing we need to focus on here is flock because we're talking about the contract with flock. The issue before us is also about safety and trust, especially when it comes to protecting our most vulnerable communities. That trust has been broken. That is, shame on flock. If we choose to trust them again and it happens again, then that shame is on us as leaders of the community. As Maya Angelou famously said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. The stakes of these mistakes are too large, too impactful, and too life-altering for us to put our people at risk any further. I've heard a great deal about the technological capabilities and features of the company. What I have not heard is about its compassion. As elected officials, we must always weigh the human impact alongside the technological impact of any program we adopt. Innovation cannot come at the expense of integrity. Advancement cannot come at the expense of accountability. We must never cede the well-being of our residents in pursuit of new and innovative ways of providing services. Our first obligation is to protect our community, not just with technology, but with judgment, responsibility, and moral clarity. I also want to point out that Flock inadequately or inaccurately described what they were capable of doing to us as a city. I don't think they can be trusted, especially when you consider their activities in other cities. And then there's also the issue of laws. You know, sometimes we have good laws, sometimes we have bad laws. For instance, in Kansas, they passed a new law called the House Substitute for Senate Bill 244, which immediately erased the ability of people to label themselves as transgender or as non-binary. That means that their birth certificates, their driver's license were immediately revoked. And their driver's license were no longer valid, which means that they could use use the
point of order
ALPR to catch them driving without a license.
Point of order.
Yes.
We're less than 5 minutes till the end time.
Okay, well.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to continue this meeting to tomorrow, and we can figure out a date and time to come tomorrow to finish this. Because we have 5 minutes, we're not going to be able to debate with all of us in 5 minutes. So we can, my motion is to bring this item back again tomorrow. We can just continue it and not end this meeting. We'll just continue the meeting to tomorrow. at a time that can work for everyone. I am suggesting sometime in the morning, and we can finish this off. We don't have to have public comment because we already heard from public comment.
Let's con.
And if we are, no, it will be an open meeting. We just don't need to have public comment because we already heard public comment. So tomorrow, it will just be to debate.
Make your motion so we can vote
That's
on
my
it.
motion, is to continue the meeting
Okay.
to tomorrow.
Is there a
sometime.
second?
Second.
All right, let's vote.
Do we discuss? I'm getting on a plane tomorrow at 9, so I won't be here.
I have a substitute motion. Let's have a meeting next Tuesday, March 10th, and
We
continue
already
this
have
item along
3.
with the other items that we didn't have time.
Why can't we just do this, sorry, discussion?
Or we can just go on now and just finish it.
Let's just do it at the next meeting.
The second
next
motion
scheduled
died,
meeting.
so my motion is still on the floor. Ms. Clerk, please take the roll.
If you're going to call a special meeting for tomorrow, you need 24 hours
It's
notice.
to continue this meeting. So we're not going to adjourn this meeting. We're going to continue it till tomorrow.
This matter can't wait.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
What are we voting on?
to continue this
meeting
meeting
tomorrow
to
morning.
tomorrow morning. What
Tomorrow
time?
morning.
What time?
Or we can figure out a time that works for everyone tomorrow.
I mean, we have appointments with council members tomorrow.
So this meeting will not be adjourned, so it will be parliamentarian rules. So we will not finish this meeting because we have 2 more minutes. So what happens is we don't adjourn, we will continue it. So it's just, we're going to go take a nap and we all can come back tomorrow.
Again, I can't
So
be here for that.
Can you be here
You can vote
virtually?
against it, but if we were, but if we were to, if we were to continue, if we were to move this all the way to 2 weeks, we're still having no decision for 2 weeks, whether we are going to be able to use the cameras or not. There is a young person running around that needs help and
Come
needs these
on.
cameras to be turned on.
So does
So
that
we can figure that
work?
out. Anyways, that's my motion, and I just clarified it, so Ms. Christian, please
Okay,
take
my
the roll.
vote is yes.
And what time is the,
We can figure out a time over email.
okay, because you know this is nomination period.
When,
We have appointments.
Yep. So we
Okay.
have,
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Wilson,
No.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
no.
Councilmember Zepeda,
yes.
Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Brown, Bonner, and Zepeda voting yes.
And with the last 60 seconds, I would like to highlight that we have a young person who's trafficked, whose phone is pinging in our city, and this is what we chose to do. So I just want that to sit on your good night mood tonight.
Turn off your phones because your phones are being swiped. You know, it's like,
Well, with that, this meeting is adjourned.